You are listening to the
Hey, MFM. See you on the lips. Back attack, dude.
Bon voyage!
Hey, yo, homies, good.
Slide down them big hills, you know what I mean, on the big, nice burgundy snowboard.
All right, welcome to the Bomb Hole, which is presented by Run Through a Wall Smelling Salts. Now today, Silk D, our producer, is under the weather. He's not in studio today, so we're missing you, Silk D. But we do have JP Walker and Jeremy Jones in studio. Jeremy, what's happening?
Not a lot. Excited to be here. Excited to sit here with JP. Pretty sad Silk isn't here.
It is sad. It's not the same.
Yeah, but we'll have a good show, and excited to be sitting here with you.
Oh, yeah. JP, what's happening? How we doing?
I'm feeling pretty good right now. A little kind of fluttery, kind of little bit of nerves going, I guess. It's been a while since I've been in the chair again, and I think I'm just reconnecting with the energy that I had here last time, and I like it, but it's kind of a lot. I don't know.
Love that.
Yeah.
Love to hear it. Well, normally we do an intro, but I mean, there is really no intro. You guys are snowboarding's most iconic duo. It's pretty much enough said. So let's just start off. When did you guys meet?
I'll probably take that, I guess.
Yeah.
In Farmington, 7th grade, sorry. And I had a girlfriend lived across the highway there by Smith's, down kind of in the valley of Farmington City, and Memory Jardine, shout out Memory. Haven't seen you or know if you even exist anymore, but we had just broke up, I believe, and I was walking home, you know, kind of heartbroken in 7th grade and never experienced that. And then I look over at the Smiths across the highway and I see this long hair kind of in tie-dye, short shorts, skating this red curb at Smith's. Curb I used to always skate and was very familiar with, and no one ever skated it. So it was strange to see someone skating it. So I just walked up and introduced myself, and we sort of chatted there. I was without skate at the time, I believe, and so I just cruised home and then showed up on his door a few days later, maybe, I think. I don't know how you remember it, but that was pretty much how we met. Just started chirping at each other, and
Yeah, I think what
friendship.
was cool about it is like I just had moved to this small town, Farmington, so I didn't know anybody, and I found the one spot to skate. And back then, it was like if you're seeing somebody else on a skateboard, you automatically were homies because there wasn't many of us back then, you know. So it was cool that you rolled up on me, and then I probably was like, I live over here, and then you probably just, well, let's skate sometime. Okay, I live here, I live there, and then just kind of that way. So like fully like analog meetup, old school.
yeah.
Yeah, and then at that time, I wasn't even snowboarding yet, so I didn't even know about your snowboarding and Mitch and the other guys that lived in Farmington. So I think I spent the summer there skating, saw you guys at some skate things here and there, and then winter showed up, and then all of a sudden everyone had snowboards, and I had skis. I kind of talked about that before, so that was when I made the switch to snowboarding. So in the beginning, it was just like a skate homie relationship. It was the snowboarding wasn't even part of it yet.
Amazing. So that was 8th grade.
I think it was 8th grade.
Yeah, 8th grade when the snowboarding started. So we had 1 year of kind of poking at what snowboarding was, and it sort of just collected that summer that we met. So we all kind of entered that. I mean, we entered thinking we were real snowboarders now because we were kind of year 2 or 3, 2-ish.
And JP was a year behind on that.
And he's a year behind,
Yeah.
and so
Yeah.
And you guys, how old are you guys right now?
Right now?
Yeah.
I'm 47.
48.
And so how old are you in 8th grade? You know, you got kids, Jeremy.
You are 12,
Dude, that's insane.
Are
I
you?
believe 13.
Damn, that's crazy,
12 or 13.
Like that's over 30 years?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. I mean, my whole skate
shit.
career, other than I think two years at the front of it, have been with JP, and my snowboard was really just that that year in my friends' backyards on my skateboard was kind of my year ahead of him too, and then my year, and then from there, and we've been friends. So,
All right, huge announcement coming at you guys from the Bomb Hole. Now, Bomb Hole Cup registration is now officially live on our website. It's April 6th and 7th at Brighton Resort. It's always a good time, and be sure to sign up before it fills up because it fills up really fast. So get your spot locked in. I'll break down the event for you. So day 1 is a bank slalom. Day 2 is a park showdown. Now, the bank slalom is really fun because we got all different types of classes. We do vintage boards with boards pre-year 2000 if you want to come race that old board off the wall. We do a split board race if you want to split board up, switch over, and then race down. That one's always fun to watch for the spectators. We do a beginner class. So if you're just learning how to ride and you can barely make it down the hill, come sign up for beginner class. It's a new one for this year. We're also doing a legends class, which is pros over 40 years old or ex-pros. We have an industry class if you work in the industry. And then, of course, all different age groups from Grom all the way up to 50 plus. So it's a community building event. We like the whole community to come out, have fun in the lift line, meet your homies, meet some heroes, and have a good time. Now, day 2, we're doing a park showdown. Always a good time. We're doing a Grom class, an open class, a legends class, which is the pros over 40, and then, of course, the pro class. Now, let me break down the pro class for you. We started off with mandatory 900s. So the first 5 minutes of the pro final is mandatory 900s. You can't do a 900, just don't drop in. And right before we do the mandatory 900s, this year, it's a real sporting event. It's like the Super Bowl. We're doing a national anthem. So if you've got somebody with some pipes that can absolutely nail a national anthem, send them our way. We're still looking for our singer. We're also looking into military flyovers. We actually had some paperwork submitted for military flyover after the national anthem. If that happens, that would be amazing. Kind of said it as a joke, but it might come to fruition. So be sure to come check out Bomb Hole Cup April 6th and 7th. We're also doing live music this year with some of your favorite pro snowboarders performing with their bands. We're going to have DJ Matty Moe. We're going to have Todd Richards on the mic and Joey B. How you doing? Those two are a combo, a match made in heaven. So it'll be some great entertainment on the microphone. So again, be sure to sign up April 6th and 7th at bombhole.com. Registration will fill up quick, so reserve your spot, and we'll see you guys there. Amazing. The old footage of JP, you always had long blonde hair, long lettuce flowing through. Let's talk about the lettuce.
Well,
the flow.
Jeremy had mad lettuce back in the day too. So like I remember him cruising around the halls in junior high with his lettuce, like getting a lot of like attention with it. So I needed to tap into some of that. So definitely some lettuce inspiration. But that was just kind of, I don't know, I liked that kind of hippie, flowy energy. So it seemed like lettuce was a good way to pull up on that. I don't know.
Yeah,
what was it for you?
I think that's what it was. And, always being influenced by music, too. That was, I think, where, like, we had skateboarding in common, but we both probably entered skateboarding different. We've never really had this conversation, but, he was influenced by Led Zeppelin and, like, all this classic rock. And although I was listening to some of that, it was like that music kind of annoyed me. And so
I think it still does annoy you.
It still does annoy me, and like, so we just sort of like styled after music, and so it was always really cool because he ran it. He had tie-dye shirt like I mentioned, and he ran like a long pony. I just ran locks out, and he ran like a pony a lot, and it was, that thing had some length. It was sick. Yeah. It was a good crew. Mitch would just bleach his hair all the time. His was just always orange and like out to here,
Well, I'm curious. Let's talk Kingpin Chronicles because we got so much stuff to go through. Mm-hmm. Intro of Kingpin Chronicles. You guys have a shared part, I believe, right? Mm-hmm. And it seems like are you taking a shit?
We might be. Yeah, we actually are.
Like side by side?
We both are, though. Yeah.
Well, can you explain what's happening in that intro clip? I've always wondered.
I think we built that jump, like, this is kind of Brighton's close, and there's that big wall hit. You can build that kicker. We have a couple of shots on it, but...
Barbecue hit.
What we call it, barbecue or barbecue hit. probably just got to take a shit at a certain point, like in the session or maybe before. I don't know. So we just like fashioned up these icy toilets, I guess, and just like a latrine type situation. And that, yeah, we just like pulled up and like took dueling shits, I guess. And Whitey was filming us. That's how it made it in there. I don't know. It wasn't like.
I mean, ice cheeks, you know, it's a long hike up to that thing.
Yeah.
Get a little ice down pre-jump. But
Yeah.
also that could have been, you know, in hindsight, a bit of, you know, what we had always come up with in our filming days is a fear-based. And
Yes.
like,
Yeah.
we build that jump and we're filming all of a sudden. We're like, oh, wait, we'd hit it before, but not in that kind of situation. So the stress was different. And, you know, that could have just been, we just looked at each other and we're just like, yo, dude, fear is real.
Yeah.
Like, it's on and we got to take a dump.
Yeah.
'Cause that's common.
I would think that back then we didn't even realize, like we probably weren't in touch with our own process enough to realize that that was a fear-based shit. Like that's like where it's coming from. It's not like just a normal situation. So I think it was later in our careers when we started seeing this pattern of like, I'm about to hit something, I got to do something before I hit something. And then kind of got this fear-based thing going. And for me, that's actually helpful because I knew if I had this fear-based thing going on that probably what I was about to do, if I got it, would be usable in the video because it would be worthy. If I'm not feeling the energy like in my gut, then it's kind of going to be probably filler or something. So
100%.
that might have been one of the first documented fear-based on a film.
It might
Or
have,
maybe
for
the
sure.
only.
Yeah, maybe the only.
Yeah, definitely the only double.
You guys are that's so on point. The other day, we built a fun practice kicker, and I was cognizant of this before we hit it. I was like, I'm not gonna take a shit before this thing. It must be pretty chill. And you're dead on. It was a filler size jump.
Yeah. Then you know what you're working with. I mean, I've taken some fear-based and crazy situations, like in the streets and stuff, like getting really creative about how I'm gonna pull this off. You know, so it's been kind of it's kind of scary actually.
Yeah, 'cause-
Street fear-based they're difficult to navigate.
Yeah,
They really are. I mean, if
And
you're
night
not trying to
sessions
cause
are
a
good.
scene or
Yeah.
a scent, like you kind of got to move under the lights, you know?
Yeah.
There might be some opportunity because a lot of people do trick tips on like how to do a backside board slide, how to do a frontside board slide. There's
a
not a
good
lot of
idea.
trick tips like how to take a fear-based shit
Yeah,
before hitting a handrail.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
2 episodes too, because you got at least street and POW fear based.
Yes.
So let's
Yeah.
go Conch and POW, or Conch and street.
Street's a little more tricky though.
Street's definitely more tricky.
Unless it's
Conch is easy.
nighttime, then it's pretty easy to slip into the shadows and find a little corner if you're at like a business park or school or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Snowmobiling, just hop on your sled and take off and like enjoy it, you know, before you like step into the chaos. So
Yeah, it's almost like a grounding experience.
it is, yeah.
Connecting with Mother Nature.
Yeah. The actual act happens really fast for me because it's all charged up,
Yeah.
you know? So
Yeah.
it's not like it's more the prep and figuring out how it's going to
Yeah.
go down is the challenging part.
Or not trying to like panic and bury like your snowmobile and run over your buddy's snowboard trying to get out of there in a blind rage to not shit yourself. That's the art, really.
I've heard stories of people taking like fear-based on, I'm just going to say his name, but I heard JF Pelchat took a shat on like a lip of like a cliff. And then it snowed, and then someone came like a few days later to like iron it out
Dust
and hit
it
it,
off.
and like got his shit like all over them.
That's amazing. Yeah.
That's a pro tip.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, I
Pro
want
shit.
to. We were talking, JP, before the episode, and you recently went on a trip to Europe, and you asked me, you're like, did I tell you the requirements of me going on this trip? And
Right,
I'd love to hear you re-explain the situation.
Yeah, I'll re-explain it. I haven't been overseas for like 5 or 6 years now, and I've had like a pretty big hiatus from snowboarding. So I'm kind of, as I'm stepping back into it, more like having more, just a broader range of how I want to do it and experience it, I guess. So I'm really into dancing right now, and I thought about, if I'm going to go all the way to Austria, there must be like a salsa party in Munich. It's a pretty big city. So I started looking that up, and I found out that there was like a salsa bachata party in Munich on Friday night. But my flight wasn't gonna even get there till after, so I told my team manager, Brian Cook, like, I'll do this trip for this trade show, but you gotta fly me in early because there's a party I wanna go to. So it's kind of crazy for me because I was always the guy that was dipping out of parties and stuff like that early to go back to my hotel room and probably stretch or like meditate or something, you know. Now I'm flying in a whole day early because I'm like finding these parties and stuff like that, which is it's rad to mix like my two passions in a way. I mean, they're in two totally different spaces, but I think before my story would have been I can only do like one or the other, but it's like, no, I'll ask if this is doable. And of course, Brian was like, yeah, for sure. And he booked me in, and it was rad.
Amazing. And what about the flight in?
The flight in, yeah. So I don't know if it was just because I was having that kind of dance energy already going on, but I'm sitting on my flight, pretty long flight to Atlanta, and during the boarding process, I see this woman coming down the aisle, and I have a pretty good idea when people recognize me, just how they look at me. And I was like, this person knows who I am, but I don't recognize them, and they're not really in my like target fan base. So what's going on, you know? And then she's coming, she gets closer, and she sees me, and she's like, I danced with you on Friday night, like here in Salt Lake. And I was like, oh yeah, I recognize you, you know? So she goes back or whatever, and then the flight gets all settled, and then I get my headphones, and you can put like the same song on two sets of headphones. I got my little earbuds. I got the bachata song on. I put it on the speaker head or the big headset. I go back there, and I'm just like scanning the aisles, like looking for this lady, you know, like hunting her down on the plane. She's at the very back of the plane, like where it's open, and there's like an open space. So I just was like, hey, there's an open space back here, and I got some music. Like, are you down for like a Mile High bachata? And she just like jumped out of her seat. I put the headphones on her. We're like in the back, like no one can hear the music. It's just us. So they're probably like, what the hell's going on? And we got some people were pretty stoked. Some of the flight attendants, I think, were tripping because we're like kind of taking up a lot of space back there doing our thing. But I don't know. I normally would never do anything like that. And it's just kind of fun to explore this new space I'm in, and I don't know, it's a trip. So that was kind of almost the highlight for me, was like before even getting to the snowboarding part, is like having this experience on the plane, and then like a night in Munich, and then it's like, oh, and I get to go snowboarding too. Like it's kind of like unreal, like the space I'm in right now. And even around here, like I'll go snowboarding in the day, and then I'll go like dance at night. It's like, this is crazy. Mm-hmm. So I feel very like just excited and grateful. I don't know.
So gangster.
It is. It's pretty gangster.
So gangster. And I feel like when you talk about dancing, you light up. It reminds me of like your 18-year-old self snowboarding. Like you go into street spots. Instead of going to street spots, you're like, I'm creeping out at midnight to go to this dance situation.
Yeah, I think I have that same kind of feeling about it. And what's cool is because I went through snowboarding already and had this experience of like feeling the need to progress it all the time and get better and better and better. I kind of lost a bit of the passion, because the best times were like in Farmington in the backyard with Mitch and Jeremy. That was the funnest, because there was no pressure. It was all learning. And I've noticed in dancing, I've had the same experience where I'm learning new stuff, and I'm doing the most simple thing. Like I'm going to drop some dance terminology on you guys, but I'm just leading like an underarm turn for like somebody, and they do it, and I'm like, wow, like that was so cool, kind of like your first kickflip or something. And I'm like feeling that same kind of level of stoke. And I've caught myself in my dance journey or practice like kind of going the way of like my professional snowboarding, where like I'm striving and needing to do it better, like seeing other people and comparing myself. And that, I don't feel good when I do that. So I've caught myself and like brought myself back to like, no, like I'm doing it. I'm just doing it different. Like I probably would have like sold everything and put wood floors in every room in my house and mirrors, because I'm a dancer now and I just go all in. But instead I'm just like, I'm like having a totally different experience of it. And I don't know if I would have been able to do that if I didn't kind of go through all this stuff and learn all my patterns. So it's been pretty rad. Yeah.
Has Jared got out there and shredded the floor yet?
He hasn't got out there and shredded the floor,
What's
but
up,
he's kind of had some questions about it. I think he's getting a little curious.
Yeah, I've been poking, but I mean, to be real with it, like it's from my perspective and in our relationship, I've just enjoyed watching it and almost asking very little and letting just what come out from him, because it seems to be very I mean, and I might be wrong on this, but it does feel very personal to him, and I mean, he enjoys it with Roberta and these other dancers, but the move to him is like by myself, and like that's where there's this progression that I'm seeing, like that move on the airplane, like there's, I mean, not in any other time in his life would that be a scenario, you know, even if it was like skateboard or snowboard related, that's not happening even in those tunes. And so it's just been really cool to watch. And then I've seen him, just hearing him tell his stories more and open it up a little bit more. And so now my interest peaks, and my wife's really intrigued by it. And I always want to just hook her up. And so I've been poking, just being like, hey, should I start looking at this? Like, put me on the right music lane. And so I've been poking at it super slow and a YouTube here and there. And then, I mean, I won't let my wife listen to this until I pop the song one night, because that's what'll happen. I'm just gearing up to like pop the song in the kitchen, and my wife's just like, wait, what are you doing? And
cool.
And I'm the one throwing her, what you call it, underarm term. Or
they got some
pass,
pretty
you know?
cool names for some stuff.
Yeah.
Shadow position, body roll, kind of gangster stuff.
Yeah, it's like a cab 9 kind of.
Yeah.
Body roll.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I think about this too. It's like snowboarding's only been around for one generation. You know, like a lot of our parents didn't snowboard. We're kind of first generation snowboarders. Dancing has been a part of humanity since the beginning of the invention of music, and probably even before that.
Yeah, I would think so.
There's got to be. I have this healer lady that I see, and she was telling me, she's like, I'm going to get a little bit crunchy and try to tie it into dancing here for a second. Yeah. But she's like, nowadays in society, we try to think our way through our problems. But back in the day, what these tribes would do is if they had a problem in their community, they'd all get together and they'd just dance all night and let the answers come to them instead of trying to think their way through it. I don't know. Do you feel like after you go dancing, you have some clarity, mental, spiritual?
Yeah, I mean, I think that fits what you're saying, because like the stories in our head can get so strong about what we're supposed to do or how to fix things, but the body might have a totally different idea. And when it comes to connecting with somebody like physically on a dance floor, it's like if you're trying to do too much up here, it's obviously not going to work. It needs to come from here, you know? So in a way, it's like a communication conversation, but it's coming from it, I would say, more from here than here. And so that would make sense that you can work through or have different... I mean, I feel good after for sure. Yeah. I feel good during. And it's like, it's like this kind of has to get shut off, and maybe that's part of it, turning that down for a little bit.
Yeah. And snowboarding, when you're doing it right, is kind of like dancing.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Like you obviously think through the tricks and the snowboarding and what you want to do, but at least for me, there comes a certain point where like before I drop into something, it's like I feel it like on a body level, like kind of in my gut and through my legs, like that it's going to work. And if I don't have that feeling, I probably end up like floundering off the jump or whatever it is, or like not doing what I intended to do, you know? So not saying that like this part doesn't matter, but essentially you kind of got to like do whatever up here and let it go and let it come from here. I don't know. Does that sound crazy?
Oh, I'm with you 100%.
Totally.
Yeah, our mind's the thing that kind of fucks it up sometimes. And you get scared and you speed check or whatever, but when you just let it flow out of you, you snowboard well, because we have the foundation. We know how to do the tricks.
Yeah.
But our mind's the thing that gets in the way sometimes.
For sure, yeah.
Oh, fun topic. I like it. All right, we got so many things to talk about, but let's just jump into maybe talking about the original forum boards. I heard that there was like when you guys first got them, there were some issues like D-lambs, and you guys when they first hit the scene.
Yeah, I mean they were like impossible issues for the first year, and I mean my experience with it, I wasn't on one, but I went out with. It was our first day. Me, JP, Peter Line, and Mike McIntyre. They'd come to Utah, and we were heading out. We hiked up Pio Peak, and we dropped in to what we call the cooler zone, and we were hike over what others call the MFM jump now. So we were kind of in that zone and going to build this jump. We found a cool wind lip and packed it all out, and me and JP are immediately tripping because we're just like we want a dope jump. So we're like working to get this dope jump, and Peter's just like scrambling around, just like, dude, is it ready yet? Is it ready yet? Like, can we get this thing? And we're just like, dude, we got to get this lip. And he's like, lip is good. And it was just so different already because we cared about our run-ins and our jumps. So we pimped this thing out, and then JP's running down the run-in. It's this day one. Was it day one on the forum? You'd been on it a couple times.
I think I'd demoed it like the day before, but then I remounted up my rev. But then when we ended up filming with them again, I put it back on. So it was maybe the second day.
Yeah. So that's right. I remember this now because it was like undoable to ride.
Yeah.
And so he goes back to the rev, which were some of the best boards, probably still. They would ride insane. And then anyway, he's pinning it on this run in, and all of a sudden, like right before the transition into the jump, he just literally like almost comes to a stop and then pinwheels. And I'm just like I've never seen that ever in JP, you know? And so what's going on? And he holds up his board, I get closer, and the whole P-Tex just like peeled back, full parking brake in the middle of that runway. And that became common in those boards for a few months. And then, so that year of those boards was, I mean, I've never seen a snowboard that bad. Yeah. And then they never really got awesome. They always kind of sucked.
Yeah.
But we were like, we were skills on those things. We were drilling holes in them. We were doing anything we could get those things to flex and ride good. And then they got okay. We got into a lawn and started getting boards there, and they were all right. But I mean,
they would detonate. Like we'd kind of call them the detonator. It's like like maybe 1 out of 10 would like survive the like just the flexing process, like on flat. But a lot of them didn't make it that far. And I remember like at one point we were just riding POW kind of side country, like maybe even just near the bowl. You're coming down. You haven't even hit anything. I'm just like down below. You like do a POW turn, and the whole edge of your board, like, because it was like two sides, like the whole edge, tip to tail, just pings off on a POW turn, which was like, that's crazy just to think how fragile those boards were. And then at the same time, that's when we're like getting heavily into the streets. So we're just like we're cruising through boards. Like it was crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy. I remember that. I'd forgotten about that. 10-minute turns, hit nothing, edge.
I remember hearing all this folklore of what you guys would do to your boards to make them softer. Like I heard, JP and Jeremy, they cut their top sheets with a razor blade to make it so it flexes more or Dremels it. And there was like all this folklore around how to make because back in the day, we get boards and they'd be like cap and stiff and full camber and not like they are today. What were you guys doing specifically to make your boards softer?
I mean, we had different techs. Do you want to start? I mean, I know, skill saw the top sheet, and you could run lanes in it, and so you set the depth of the blade so it just cuts like right to the wood, and then that's where you really start to get like the change in the flex is how deep you cut into the wood. And so the idea is just to get right there, and then you'd stack them close, like the cuts close together if you wanted it to fold more in that spot, and then you'd spread them out. So you just play with that on different boards. And then drilling holes, we would drill holes in them all over the place, just in pocks, just all the way through.
Yeah.
Just to try to get
through the
that
base?
thing through the whole board.
Did you drill? I don't remember drilling through the whole board.
Doesn't seem like.
I mean, we definitely T-bolted a lot of boards too to get the stances we wanted on them.
I mean, when the board wasn't going to last long, like I had a couple they were forums, a couple of the early forums, and I would do drill holes because I remember I'd do like the star pattern. The new Avi rose, that always reminds me of my drill pattern for whatever reason. So just for reference of kind of our patterns. And I mean, and we wouldn't even put a dent in those things. They were still just like,
even with all
stiff.
that like work, like the skill saw thing actually worked pretty good because it kind of makes sense, you know. But did it really actually do much? Probably not. But at least it was enough to like get us motivated to like dive on presses because there was maybe a shot at it, you know. No, but there was pretty much nothing came our way that we weren't modifying. Boots, boards, bindings, everything. It was just, we're just in a constant state of like, we got to make this thing different or better somehow. That's kind of what I remember. Yeah.
I think Gunny told me to bring up your original baseless bindings that you fabbed up yourself, Jeremy.
Oh yeah, the 7.7s. I should have brought those in. 7.7 bindings. My friend Randy up in Meridian, Idaho, he originally came up with this design, and it was just angle aluminum.
Yeah.
Just 2 bars on each side of the foot, toe and heel strap, and then he had designed you'd just stamp it out of plastic, basically a flat piece, and then we'd mold it. And so
for the heel cup part.
For the heel cup. So it was the heel cup and the high back all in one. And so after he showed me that, I just started making bindings, and that was it. And like, because they'd run along the base of the board, so that's how the heel would like hold you up. And then, and they were all like Swiss cheese. They looked pretty cool. You could like step on those things, and they just fold to the ground, and they wouldn't break. And they were sick, dude. 7.7 on Yama snowboards.
That reminds me, like, Jeremy, you are also making like snowboard clothes for us. Like, he's a good seamstress. Or seams.
Yeah, that was like a hustle. I'd sell snowboard pants, and then they'd give me like, I'd just say whatever fabric you want. So I'd get like duffel bags from people, and I'd sew them mittens because OR had just come out with like the 3L shell back in the day, and everyone wanted that 3L shell. And I'm like, dude, that's like 2 pieces of fabric.
Yeah.
Give me a duffel bag. And so they were giving me like Army duffels.
Yeah, I had like a Union Pacific Railroad like duffel bag that was all like dope, and I just like handed it to Jeremy, and it came back like these 2 dope mitts. Like, it was sick.
Yeah, and he ran them forever, and and then those got passed around, so it was fun. Then took Balls pants. You could buy Balls pants for like $75 for 2 pairs, something. So someone did that, and then I just went and split a pair and started sewing them up. And so then those became like our skate jeans the next season too. So I started selling those in high school.
Just fatty.
Yeah, fatty. I
mean, no different than it is now. Like probably exactly the same.
I remember this one night, like I went nightboarding at Powder Mountain, and I had just got like a pair of denim jeans basically that Jeremy had sewed me, and I probably had those Union Pacific gloves, and I remember getting on the chairlift and like looking back at everybody else, and I'm just like, I'm so G'd up right now. Like, you guys don't even know like how, and they were looking at me like, where'd you get those pants? Like, it just was like, I'm totally can feel that energy like still, you know.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Those Union Pacific gloves were, those actually were the hit. Those were some of my best work, I think.
Yeah.
Now, going back to the forum, somebody, Danetta or somebody I was talking to was saying that you guys were complaining so much about the forum products that they thought about considering firing you guys because there was so much complaining happening.
Yeah, do you? We heard about that later, but we were always not just about the products, but probably about like the team and the direction and how like everything needed to be. And we were like not afraid to say, I think. But I heard later that like during that time, like that they were considering like they had maybe at least one meeting about like, is it worth having these guys on because they're always complaining. Did you ever hear that?
Yeah, I did, and it probably I probably never was able to unload that baggage. That was probably led to my exit, but at the same time, like, dude, we were right. Like, we were right. And it shows, like, it showed, like, everything that we said, like, ended up showing up eventually, and, like, is what made the product good. So, we were super annoying, but we were right.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk Master Plan Communications. It's a PR agency to take your brand to the next level. They have worked in snowboarding for a long time with brands like Cole, Dwyane, 32, and many more. Now, my buddy Ashton runs it, and he's been in snowboarding for a long time. He loves it. He breathes it. He even jibs the top of the 32 bus from time to time up at Brighton. And if you're interested in finding a PR agency, go to Masterplan Communications. They offer everything from social media strategy to web design to brand design to PR campaigns. They are all about strategic PR programs with measurable results. If you want to elevate your brand, check out masterplancommunications.com for more info. And let's keep supporting brands run by snowboarders. All right, we're going to take a quick break and talk to you guys about Bubs Naturals. They are a supporter of the show, and they've got a great new product that just came out called Hydrate or Die. It's an electrolyte mix. It's a little bit of powder. You pour it in your drink, mix it up, keeps you hydrated. Now, Bubs Naturals Hydrate or Die electrolyte mix is here to help you hydrate fast and recover quickly with no added sugars. Hydrate or Die has 2,000 milligrams of powerful electrolytes from nature, not a lab. So there's no added sugars. This is good for you, and it keeps you hydrated. And as you get older, you end up getting dehydrated. You chug coffee all day, and then you got to get the hydration back in the system. What about you, Yosh? I heard you're on some Bubs these days.
Yeah, I've actually had some of the Hydrate or Die when I was at Peace Park. Mike Hatchett had some in his bag, and he handed, a little shout out. He handed me some of these, like a big bag of them, I think the same size. And I started putting it in my water every day, and it really did keep me hydrated. It's good stuff.
It's good stuff. I can't recommend it enough. And it's not like some BS. I use this stuff every single day. It's really good. So if you're interested in picking up some Bubs Naturals Hydrate or Die, head on over to their website, bubsnaturals.com. Use promo code BOMBHOLE for 20% off your first order. The original Milo Pro sale, I heard, was like for you guys pulling up with and popping trunk, right?
That was just like a yard sale, I think, at our place.
First,
yeah. And then it migrated to Milo. But yeah, it just was like at the house, we popped trunk and unloaded
good.
goods, yeah.
And then Milo invited us up. I don't remember how we started. Or no, we were just like, hey, we want more traffic or something the next time. And yeah, we popped trunk in front of Milo. We actually just put up one card table, and we just had boxes of just T-shirts and literally made like 12 grand on T-shirts that day.
There something happened in those early couple years where I think it was Veronica. She wasn't our team manager, but she would like send us our gear, and she did something where she was like one of every size of every color of everything, which is like, that's a lot of SKUs. So when that lands at your place, it's like you're obviously not going to rock all that, but you've got like so much gear. So we had stuff to unload.
Yeah, she was all about that. V was the best. Shout out to Veronica.
Veronica.
She held all that together and was behind the scenes, and see her every now and then on IG these days. But she's she would she was all about that. Every item in the catalog these guys should have, and it was important to her, and it mattered, because then you move through it, because you at least run everything once to see what it's like, if it's the fit, if it's not. I mean, not everything. Some stuff you can tell right away, but.
Somebody was telling me that you used to go on trips and bring gear, and maybe Seth, and then leave with nothing.
As much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I did that for sure, like when we started doing those Euro tours, like would go premiere the movies, and like back then, like there was so much cigarette smoking indoors, and I hated like how my stuff would smell after, so I'd figure out like the trip details, like the itinerary, going to be in this many towns. Okay, how many nights is that? I'm going to bring that many shirts, that many pants, and then just pack that. And then each stop, I called it the jettison program. So I would just like, I've rocked that. There's no time to get it like laundered before we're going to the next thing. I just chuck it. And yeah, by the time the trip was over, I could take home an empty luggage bag if I even wanted that. So that was a pretty good look. That probably rolled into like snowboard trips too, for sure. Like, if I got a clip in something, I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to rock that again, and I'm not super attached to this, so chuck it. Yeah.
We did a lot of that.
Yeah.
The jettison program.
Jettison program.
theory, yeah. And just come back with less than you went. Yeah. And, a lot of times it was opportunities to hook other people up with stuff, too. So it wasn't just, like, chucking stuff. But socks and underwear became an easy one just to ditch, So it's like a lot of times you just start with nothing, buy it and then end with what you started with, nothing, just jettison.
I'm also curious, thinking back to you guys were talking about being up in the cooler zone, or AKA the MFM jump zone. And, nowadays with the advent of splitboarding and the growing popularity of splitboarding and skinning and kind of going out of bounds, you see a lot of, like, it gets paved. It gets paved in the backcountry everywhere, I think, no matter where you are. Back then, pre 2000s, 90s, whatever it was, when you guys are back there, there's just got to be nobody else back there, I'd imagine, right?
Pretty much nobody back there. It definitely had, like, it lasted longer. Like, you could be like 2 weeks deep before you're even going as far back as the cooler, because there's so much just easy stuff that's just under the rope that's available that people haven't even gone and tapped into. Mm-hmm. I think in the earlier 90s, like, people were exploring that more, and then kind of around 2000s, it kind of reeled back and people were sticking to the runs, or maybe even just trying to ride the little parks and half pipe they were building. So it kind of got forgot about, and I think people have realized all that stuff is back there, and they're going back for it now.
Yeah, it's weird because I mean, we always, as much as I can remember at Brighton specifically, we'd be, pretty much over to Alta if we wanted to all the time back in those zones and building. But it did take us a few years to get back to that. And a lot of people would go. It was weird because as things got more busy, we used to just go to the backcountry because that's where no one was. So, like, kind of to follow his point, is it sort of had this, we had this learning phase where we were just tapping into it. And that's how we learned, like going to the first wind lip, which is, 50 feet off rope line, and you're feeling the snow dropping into that, or 10-minute turns at Brighton, which is, a 200 meter walk, and then you're 5 or 6 turns. Like, this is good intro to kind of to feeling snow and backcountry. And that was how I don't know if we were just naturally scared or we just didn't have the exposure of knowing that people were going out there, which I think is probably a big draw now, because anyone can post anything, even if they shouldn't be there or if they were guided there and looks like they took themselves, and so you didn't have that, like, you couldn't really fake it. And so the only way to really get to what you want was to figure out how to get comfortable enough to get yourself there. Yeah. So I think we just navigated through that, but it didn't take long before we were in the back of there, and then you could go back there anytime and pick what you want. I mean, there were film crews that started coming, and you'd sort of have to, like, because they'd just come to the jumps that they knew about, which was usually the jumps that we kind of came up with.
I heard there was a bit of a check-in process for that.
Yeah, we had a check-in process for, like, specific jump. I mean, for anything really, but there was only a couple jumps we really cared about, and we didn't want to get swooped, so we kind of put the word out that, like, if you guys want to go hit anything out there, because we probably found it, just check in with us and make sure that we're not already going there, because we're, like, trying to film. So, like, for sure, kind of like maybe a bit of entitlement, but it was kind of sick because people did check in, and I think it kind of, like, regulated a little bit, and maybe, I don't know, I'm kind of drawn to that kind of style. I guess I'm going to call that respect. So I don't know how we came up with that. Probably just bitter on the couch one night because somebody, like, maybe got to something that we didn't want to, and we're like, okay, that's not going to happen again. So,
but it ended up,
put the word out.
But to your point, I think that's an industry-wide practice now, is that, like, that's what they do in Whistler. They are chirping at each other, like, hey, we're thinking of this, we're thinking of that. And so there's this, like, and if you know a crew's in a certain zone, like, you don't really go and try and punch in on their zone, you sort of pay those respects. And so I think it built that in time. At first, like anything new and something that someone tries to regulate, it's going to look the way it looks, but it ended up being, like, a good system, I think, for our culture.
Yeah.
All right. I think it's a good time in the show to hit Run Through a Wall Trivia. Let me smack the intro theme.
Welcome to Run Through a Wall Trivia.
You're fired.
All right, so run through wall trivia. We have a bunch of questions. Jeremy, you can use. We have a prototype new salt that you don't need to use because it's a little powerful, but
I'll use it.
You can use whatever you want. And JP is going to opt out because he just had some dentist stuff going on, so he's going to opt out of the salts.
My sinuses had to get reconfigured. I'm still paying dues on that broken jaw with some stuff going on up here. So
Yeah, we don't want to get in the way of that. But we have we got a bunch of trivia, mainly snowboard stuff. You guys both can answer it. You got 5 seconds to answer. If you get it wrong, Jeremy's going to have to do a salt. And let's go. Here we go. First question. Who has first part in Warriors? 5, 4,
Mitch,
3. That's correct. Jeremy,
you smell it anyway?
Okay, what is the state bird of Utah? Official state bird.
Seagull.
Seagull.
That's correct. Okay, what song does Peter Line ride to in technical difficulties? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I couldn't get there.
It's New World Disorder by Chrome Locust.
I wouldn't have got there.
Okay, what is Devin Walsh's ender clip in the forum movie That? 5, 4.
Switchback 5 off the road gap?
Yeah, yeah.
The 900
Diesel
kicker,
drop, switchback,
right?
switchback 9 or switchback
Oh,
5.
off of
Diesel
off the
drop.
yeah.
Or whatever that thing's called.
Diesel drop?
Mother. Yeah, Mother.
yeah.
Sorry, the one,
Yeah,
not
Mother.
Diesel drop, Mother.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, here we go. What is the definition of copping swoop? 5.
I mean, copping swoop is when you go in and cop swoop. It's kind of like a motion. You go into the grocery store and you cop. The swoop is the items, but you got to cop it. So it's like, I don't know. It's kind of a lived experience you have to do to understand. But
Okay, that's correct.
Cop swoop. Okay.
Next question. What is the definition of chunt?
Undefined, I would say more than anything. It was
Yeah.
more of an expression than a definition, so it could kind of land in
Can
all
you use
sorts
it in a
of places.
sentence? Can you use it in a sentence?
yeah, well,
Chunt. Well, that's a singular.
Period.
Yeah.
Oh, period. Okay.
or I got chunted on that rail. Like it's kind of like an undesirable thing usually.
Yeah, punted or he
Yeah.
got chunted.
Yeah.
Dude's a chunt.
Could you be technically chunt if you cop too much swoop?
Yeah, you would feel chunted if you caught too much swoop for sure. Yeah.
And you could cop swoop and be a chunt about it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
So you can
Word.
kind of do anything.
Yeah.
Okay, that's those are all correct answers. Acceptable. Next question. Jeremy, what is your first clip in your video part? Picture this. 5, 4, 3.
I have no idea.
It's
I should go
it's
bottle
like
on that
a
one.
road gap or type of thing. You hit with arrow over like a river. Like you guys winch in. Oh, he hit the new salts. He's banged up. For the listeners, he's
chunted.
He's chunt. He is officially chunt.
Do I backflip it or do I one foot?
You one foot
over
it.
the chasm
You
gap?
start the chasm gap
In Helsinki?
In Helsinki, yeah. You and
yeah.
Arrow session it together.
Dude, that stuff is insane. That it literally puts a liner on the inside of your nose.
Yeah, yep. That's not for resale. That's
awesome. Actually, it's
You
great.
don't want that one.
These are safe.
Lab grade.
Okay, next question. What is Bjorn's ender clip in The Resistance?
Back 720 melon.
Back 180.
No.
Don't know.
I just watched this.
2,
I'm just gonna pop lid.
1.
What was it?
He does a back 5 on that gulch gap.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
What's that one
Oh
called?
yeah, the American fork.
Yeah.
Or no,
Up at
actually,
Flagstaff.
the
Flagstaff.
Yeah, yeah.
one.
I knew
Flagstaff
that.
gap.
I knew that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was actually insane.
That was
he did
insane.
That. Yeah.
Gnarly wedge.
Gnarly. Yeah.
It's been built a bunch of different ways, but that was a big.
It was
that
so
thing was
big.
large.
For back then too, that was crazy.
Yeah. Okay, next question. Who has last part in Simple Pleasures? 5, 4.
JP.
No.
Don't you?
No.
Or Peter. That's Peter.
Peter does.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah.
Because that was you have opening part.
Devin has opener. I think I have second part.
No. You
Yeah.
open simp.
Do I? Mm-hmm. I can't remember.
Okay, bonus question for Peter Line's Ender and Simple Pleasures. What is his last trick?
In Simple Pleasures?
Simple Pleasures. 5.
Is it the front 3 in Alaska?
3.
That off in the
I'm
natty
thinking switch front side 7, but that's stomping grounds. Or
Nope.
9. He does a
No.
1080 off that hip in decade for his number. Does that count?
The correct answer is a back 7, and then he does a butt ride down on his board in like Super 8.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, next question. Name 2 acceptable nicknames for Joe Sexton. 5.
The Frog.
Scooter.
Okay, you can continue. That's correct. But
And then we just call him the triangle. Isosceles triangle.
Isosceles.
Isosceles bodies
Yeah.
also acceptable.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
What else?
The Kid.
The kid.
Yeah.
The kid. I was on Frog most of the time.
Yeah, frogs. Frogs definitely in rotation. Okay, what is Bozung's quote in the True Life teaser? 5.
Can't get famous if you're doing pussy shit. Something like
correct.
that.
Oh, nice.
That is correct. That was burned into my brain. Okay, the photo book Slide was published by what photographer?
Mathis.
That's an easy one. What board company did Seth Hewitt ride while filming for Shakedown? 5.
Capita.
That's correct. Okay, here we go. What is Mikey LeBlanc's clip in Decade at the beginning of his part?
Playing with his salami.
He's in the grocery store. He's got spam.
Spam.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
is that what you're looking for?
I think that's an acceptable answer. He does actually pick up a giant salami at the end of his part, or it's a big like beef,
It's like ribs or something.
yeah, ribs or some shit. And he's got his pants hiked up. And then next question: what trick does Mikey do at the Mueller Park spot in that video part?
Ollie's over the rail.
That's correct. This guy's on it. Okay, who has first part in Double Decade?
Oh my.
5, 4.
I don't know.
Arrow?
That's correct. JP's coming
Nice
through.
job.
It was going to be, yeah.
Yep. Okay, and last question. This one's geared a little bit more towards JP. What are salsa dancers called?
Salseros.
That's correct. Nice work,
Dope
guys.
name.
Nice work.
And salseras.
Yep.
Salsero.
That's correct. That was a good run through a wall trivia.
Word.
That was.
That was good stuff. I think we should maybe get into a guest question from Seth Hewitt. It's like a 5-part question.
Oh boy.
Actually, no. Let's hit Mac Dogs. Here we go.
Jeremy, JP, what up, boys? It's the Dogfather. I just have to ask you guys, because this is critical to the evolution of what you guys did for the sport and your synergy that created so much impact, so much respect for you guys. But being in Salt Lake at a time when Rail Gardens and Mueller Park were basically free game at all times with no possibility of getting busted or anything, and the freedom just to spend as much time to hone in your tricks as possible. That was a special time. I think you guys should fill the audience in on what that was like pre getting a ticket every time you think about looking at a rail. Take care, boys.
Word.
Thanks, Mike.
You want to go?
Gee.
First, maybe explain what Mueller Park is. I think everybody knows Rail Gardens.
I mean, Mueller Park's the one you just were talking about that Mikey ollied over the rail, but we would go film on that. It was up this canyon, Mueller Park Canyon in Bountiful, like pretty close to Jeremy's house. And I don't know how we even knew it was there because it's pretty hidden. You would never walk up this canyon thinking that there's like an 18-stair handrail. And it just was tucked. It had snow. It had a natty runway, at least for like the right side. And so we just would session that. Like that was like our after school thing. So, I mean, we learned how to handrail on this like street handrail, you know? So that was kind of just always in the queue for us. And once we started filming with Mac Dog and we're getting more serious about filming rails, we knew we always had that on deck. And yeah, you could spend days there. There's no one's checking for you. You kind of have to hike to it. So you're not even going to get rolled by like a super cop that just wants to bust you. So that's Mueller Park.
And it was like a TF to some extent because that was like
A training facility for those who don't know the
training
reference.
facility. And I think to Dogger's question, like the reason it was so cool for us is because we could go there and warm up. We could go warm up for something else later in the day. And it was set up, it was quick, it was easy enough, or we could go film a trick on it. And that was pretty unique to be able to have a spot serve as 2 things like that, which you can't really pull that off much anymore, I would imagine, but it was
Yeah,
cool. to
yeah,
get
that is important. Yeah, it's like this practice area, and if you've kind of I think I've got something for Mueller, because it would have to be something that you've either been practicing there or haven't done on it. So like when you back toed it, like that's like I think I got that for Mueller, and we had a ton of experience at the handrail. So I mean that was important, I think, for us, because it was like a safe space for us to go learn and handrail. And same with the rail garden. It was kind of at first when we started going to the rail garden, I almost thought it was like too small because I was so used to Mueller Park. Like that's kind of a big handrail back then. But to just have that like right out your door and to be able to go over there in session, and the accessibility and the ease of it was super helpful, because we definitely like got to practice and try stuff out and on like something that would be similar to what we'd encounter if we were going to actually go film or go do a trip or something like that.
I would love to hear you guys go through the evolution of tricks on Mueller Park, just from a trick nerd perspective.
Ooh, I mean, evolution, it just sort of...
You front board.
Yeah, I went up there and front boarded it like by myself one day with the snow covered. Yep. But when we started actually like unburying it and filming it and stuff like that, I'd say probably that back lip I did on it was like one of the first harder things.
Mm-hmm, for sure. And then
nose press, and then I did a front 270 on it, and then you did a...
Well, the lip slides... And lip slide, and switch lip slide, those started happening in the back lip phase too, before the 270.
Because you switch back lipped it around that same time.
Switch back lip, resistance here.
Yeah, and that was the same year I 270'd it, so probably around the same time. And then you back... There was probably some other random things, but then you back toed it. That was like the next... There was probably like a big gap, and then that was like the next big thing you hit it with.
And then the last big thing was the... cab over.
Yeah, and I kind of remember I wanted to do that for a long time somewhere. I was like trying to figure out how it would work at like the rail garden, but after you did that back too, I was like, okay, like I need something of that caliber too for myself, because that was just too insane, especially like the way you broke your board and still landed it. So I was like, I think I was too scared to try it because I didn't know if it would make sense. But after that, I was just like, dude, I got to get some of what you just had.
Yeah.
So Shakedown was the last year that Mueller Park had some shine.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it would pop up, here and there, but from us, and then a tree fell on it. Like we had some designs to rebuild it and put it in. Like we went and measured it all out, but then it got demolished, and
they take the stairs and everything out.
I think now the stairs are either out or redone and different. They have a different kind of handrail in there now. It's like all...
It's funny because it was like this square rail, which is, for me, now totally undesirable. And imagining the stuff we used to like turn over onto that with like those old boards, especially like sharp edge capped boards, not detuned, and we're doing... I mean, that probably is why you had that insane bail on that switchback lip. Like just...
Yeah, you hooked
right at the top.
And it was knobbed basically in the end with a weird
a weird bend
divot,
in it. Yeah.
Divot bend. So you were until you were off the end, you could die on that thing.
Yeah.
And then you have Mikey's ollie.
Yeah.
Didn't someone like switch 50 it? Am I tripping on that?
I'm sure.
Probably Chico warming up the switch lip. I bet he
Yeah.
switch 50'd it, and then switch nose
Mikey-
press.
Mikey-
JP, you switch nose
Yeah,
lip.
yeah. Mikey switch lipped it. I hit it as a line and hit the bridge.
Oh, that's
that
in
was
Decade
sick.
or Simple Pleasures?
That's in Decade.
Decade.
Yeah.
On the board behind you, basically.
Yeah. And then I'm sure there's other stuff that went down on it, like little just kind of...
And that's just our crew and our, you know,
Yeah.
there's all sorts of stuff that people put on that thing. But
Have we talked about Bozon getting on for him? Because I'm fascinated. Like, who was that? Your guys' pick to get him on?
I mean, it was us as a group, I would say. Like, he just came into the mix through some friends that we had met.
I think he was one of the dudes that was buying some of that gear off of us.
Oh, yeah.
And that's
he for
how we
sure
met him,
was.
because we were friends with his cousin and her friends. And they're like, my cousin wants to come up and get some stuff. And that's how we met him and Jordan.
Him and Jordan, yeah. Both. And then he's just a ripping skater, and we were stoked to have him around. He was stoked to always come up and be around. So he would like kick it at the crib, stay over, skate for the weekends, and go back home for the school week.
God.
His dad would like drop him off for the night or for the weekend, and then he'd be there for like 2 weeks kind of thing. Yeah. never leave. So he just kind of got in that way. And then I think we actually got Jordan on as an AM for him before Nate, and then Nate slid in after.
I think that's right.
Does that sound right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Legendary times. I heard there's a legendary story about you guys at X Games maybe getting booted out.
I mean, I got booted out. Yeah, that was that was this second X Games I think they had, and I think it was the first slope style that they ever did. And this was at Crested Butte. And it was one of these setups where like the course was like right at the bottom of the lift. And but the lift you had to take was so long, like it was like some big scenic ass lift, you know. But it just happened to be this really low spot that you could jump off like right at the top of the course, you know. So I see that, and I'm wanting to get laps in on this slope style setup, so I start jumping off the lift. And I've done that like 3 or 4 times. I'm like laps deep, like probably gonna win because like no one's getting this many practice runs as me. Plus there's handrails in it for the first time people are seeing this stuff. So I'm like feeling really confident, you know. I jump off the lift, and like these ski patrollers jump out from behind trees. They saw my like hole in the snow and like waited for me to do it and pretty much arrested me. And they take me down to, I don't know, like in front of the congregation of like ESPN and like the management at Crested Butte, and they're like, "You're banned from the X Games for life, banned from this mountain for life," and like tried to make this like big example of me. And like my team manager's there, like Steve Ruff is there. He's got to listen to this whole thing, and who the producers of the X Games are there. And it was pretty lame because it's like, I mean, yes, I jumped off the lift, but it probably could have been like something different instead of this kind of big example they made of me. So I was like pretty pissed about that. But then I dropped my part in, I think, Decade or maybe Resistance, and they invited me back for the next year because they just couldn't like refuse my like, I think, stardom at the time. And so like I got invited back, and then that might have been at Aspen. And I've had kind of a storied history, I guess, at the X Games, but I decided to enter the border cross because I saw this gap in the way that it was set up that you could like gap over like basically like a whole section of the course just off one of these banks and land in another bank. So like I enter the border cross, I see it, like it's like the first turn you hit, instead of doing the turn, you air it, and then it snakes back, and then you can like land back in the course. So I do that, and it's funny because I'm like all like in my like kit, like
special blend,
wide stance, and everyone's in their like race boards and stuff, all serious, you know. And I like do this gap, and I'm like ahead of everybody by like I roll into the finish line, first place, you know. I mean, in my bracket or whatever. But people freaked out, and so they like kicked me out of the event for that because they said it wasn't allowed. And then the thing that was so annoying about that is the next year when they had it at Mount Snow, they designed the course specifically with that type of setup. And that was like their big marketing thing for the year. Like, will the riders take the risk to do the gap to like make it, to get the advantage on the course? It's like, that was my idea. You guys kicked me out for that. And now you're like running with it. It's pretty whack. I don't know.
Became common, it seems like.
Yeah.
And then I heard there's another one when you guys were bailing on practice. Was it Shakedown year?
Yeah.
Yeah, Shakedown. Was that Shakedown year?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like JP said, like the contests were always kind of funny because it was as little as practice runs as possible was more our MO than it was nowadays. They want days on that thing, which is so impressive. And so it was always kind of this battle for last place. And during practice, if it was good in the streets, like that's usually where we would be. So was Aspen.
Well, yeah,
we found some good rails in Aspen, and there was good snow on the ground. We had Mac Dog there. Filmers were on, like, and we're there already, like, away from our filming mission because we need to be at this event. And so our minds are already, like, wanting to get back to the film. So immediately we're just out filming. We went and clipped up, and it was good. And then we showed up, I think, right before
Yeah, we didn't.
Our 2 runs like showed up right as our names were being called.
We missed practice entirely because we were hitting that double kink rail that we hit in Shakedown, and we because it was a Saturday. It was at a school, so that was like it just made sense that we'd actually be able to hit this spot. So we totally skipped practice, and then it's like we show up just in time for our runs, and it's like we've never been down the course, and like the first thing is like this elevated flat bar. It's like, I'll try a 270. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know the speed for the next thing after because literally haven't been down it. So like I think we for sure tied for last place that year. Probably both got 0 because it was just such a huck. But that was the space we were in. It's like this is in the way of our filming mission to be out here. Like sure, there's value in it, but it just for me it never really fit that well. So.
And that was it more than anything. It wasn't anything against X Games or the whole thing. It was just straight up our mindset. It was about filming, and this was just something that we would try to avoid to keep that week open.
Oh, it makes sense.
Yeah.
And those early Mac Dog videos were so influential. It's wild, especially like I was even going through this and I was doing the trivia and Peter Lyon's part comes on from technical difficulties and I like get a feeling from like when I was a kid and I'm like, oh man, I used to be so excited to watch this in the VHS player over and over again. And I think it was more important. Like to your point, like what you guys were doing in those videos had a bigger impact than if you had put down a run at X.
Right, for sure.
We thought so.
Yeah.
And it's changed in that way where I don't know that things the view count or the there's it's more saturated.
Yeah, the impact of a video and a pro is just different. It hits a little softer at first, I mean, pros these days, like in the comps especially, though, like that's where I get thumped over the head. I'm just like, wait, who just showed up? And how are they so high in the air and just spinning so much, And it's shocking, and like the women in there it's so fun to watch the women right now. Like they're just juiced up and they're going for broke and like the ability's there, and it's so cool to watch and see. Like they get out of stuff. Like I don't know, it's nuts. It's a different space entirely.
All right, we are introducing the GoPro line of the winter contest. Now, they got $120,000 in cash prizes for ski and snowboard POV clips and the opportunity to be crowned GoPro line of the winter. Now, to enter, upload your raw footage from any GoPro camera to the GoPro line of the winter challenge at gopro.com/awards and post your line with the hashtag GoPro line of the winter. Now, what's up for grabs? We got 10 grand each for 4 ski and 4 snowboard clips from January through April. And then they got 20 grand each for 1 skier and 1 snowboarder whose run is crowned GoPro Line of the Winter in May. Each month, GoPro athletes Jamie Anderson, Sage Kosberg, Tom Wallish, and more will judge and select their favorite clips to take home the cash. Submissions will be judged on athletic performance, video capture quality, and overall wow factor. So get out there, record some A-grade lines, and you could be the GoPro Line of the Winter winner. You know what I'd like to talk about, fellas? You guys used to shred gnarly low lips onto all the rails back in the day. What was the thought process on that?
I mean, leading into it, I don't know that there was much of one. It was just like built like skating, and usually there wasn't much snow anyway. So just by nature of like putting a run in, it was as quick as possible. So as little of snow as possible just to get the jump in, and then as little of run out as possible just to keep some movement going in the end. So I think it just really came out of necessity, and then we started leaning into it just with filming and photos. And I think Rob Mathis was like a huge contributor to that, because he would like, JP can tell this story and almost did on the Mueller discussion, but, going to that, like getting a trick, and then Mathis would be like, hey, let's go back at night and let's And then he'd bring like an ice chiseler, and next thing you know, he's like chiseling out all the concrete stairs at night. It's not lit. Like, it's just going to be a flash photo, you know, type of thing. And so, yeah, we just like came into it, and then all of a sudden it was like, all right, dig him out. That was like the first move we'd make, and then low lips just looked better. It just looked better.
Yeah. I think too there's a part of like before we really started to do it, like handrail kind of had like it had this bad look to it. Like people kind of tried to clown it a little bit. Like it wasn't cooler. It was like fake skateboarding. So I think for me, I had a bit of like if I can make this look as gnarly as it can look, then it's more legit and people will have less to flex on or something like that. And so that just fit into the whole like make the lip low, dig the stairs out, all that kind of thing. So it was like maybe like overcompensating or something for what I thought was like slacking or something. But I think that was kind of running under it as well. And we were just experimenting. We knew skateboarding, and we knew that's what it looked like, what a setup should look like. And I think we also had something about just we want to do stuff legit and dope. And like we don't want to leave any room for questions about how gnar we are. I don't know, does that fit for you?
Yeah, no, it fits. And with that, it usually meant just having the thing look good. Like everything about it needed to look good and have an impact. And that's really where it came from. It was, you know, it would both hold us individually back and even the sport ultimately at a level of progression, because we would sacrifice progressing on a trick for the sake of how that jump looked. Like, sure, you can build that jump up 2 or 3 times bigger, but we're not going to roll tape, kind of a thing. So once we're done getting the clips, we'll stack this jump up and we can try these things for next time, you know, kind of a thing. And so that's originally what it was. It was just like, it was just so important that it looked dope. And if a 270 meant a bigger jump, then the back lip was the trick, because it's just going to look better.
Mm-hmm. I like that. The two clips that come to mind just off the top of my head, where I think about your iconic back lip at that rail with like tiny little pad of snow, tiny little strip of snow in the landing.
Yeah.
And then I also think about with the landings, your ollie at Rail Gardens, you know, it's not what we would call a breezy bump or like a landing bump that has come to be in the streets of, you know, traditionally building landings. It's dead flat. It's a real deal ollie.
Well, and I remember even that, you know, we landed a cover on that, and there was discussion because we were like, dude, look how visible the jump is, though. And like we even struggled with the jump on that thing, because that was a kind of a big jump at the time to get over the rail, you know. And is it far back enough at least? Like, no one can even tell how far back it is. Like, yeah, but is it?
Yeah.
Because is the jump is big, so is it legit enough for people to be okay with this jump? Like, that's what it was. It was like, are they going to be okay with this? I mean, that was our approach.
Yeah,
I would say, to some extent.
I would say for sure, and not just the people, but like, is Mac Dog in the editing studio going to be okay with this? Like, if this is our chance to get a clip, like we can't go redo it because it looked bony or something like that, or there was too much snow. So it's like, do it now, you know, make this. Let's like, you're kind of already committing to this unknown area of snowboarding with these new tricks and spots. So it's like, I guess might as well just go all the way in. Maybe that's kind of where we were at.
I mean, 100%. I think that's important, as you guys being the Sherpas of the sport, the trendsetters, the setting the bar that everybody follows. Things need to look a certain way and look cool.
Yeah. I think like the looks and the style and the aesthetic doesn't just end at like the kit, you know. It's like, what are we hitting? Like, how are we building it? We want it shot from a certain angle, so it's the whole thing. It's not just this jacket matches this hat or whatever, you know.
Yeah,
it was like this, and it was like this jacket matches this spot.
Yeah,
like it came down to that, you know, and where the photographers were contributing hugely to that. They were like, we got this spot. it'll be best if you can wear an orange shirt. Are you down? No, I won't wear orange. Okay. Could you wear just a white shirt then? You know, and those discussions were important. I think that's where a lot of progression was happening, and you know, it was cool. It was sick.
The rugby tee on the ollie makes it memorable too.
Yeah, thank you.
Throwing the rugby tee on. You know?
Yeah, the rugby tee was
or the tank top. You know, the tank top on the back lip.
Yeah, like that kind of stuff. Like it just mattered. It's just more to like get captured by, I guess, if you're a viewer. Like, what are these guys doing? Snowboarding with nothing on, really. That's snowboard apparel, and there's not even really snow. You know, maybe not to the point of Tech 9 just splash a cup of water on the ground type landing, but like it looked doper. You know what I mean?
For sure. And no jackets. That was like important to us. No goggles. You know, like let's keep it our kits looking lean and not like mountainy, because we weren't in the mountains. You know, we were in the street, and we wanted to represent the street.
I love it. And sidebar, Rob Mathis hooked us up with a photo of both of you guys. Yours from Burlington High School, yours from the Rail Gardens Ollie. Drake, our graphic designer, morphed it, so we have a bigger than normal print. I don't know the dimensions, but we're going to have you guys sign them, and they're going to be available at bombhole.com. We got a limited amount of them, so they're going to sell out really quick. But
thank you. Those are sick. They look dope.
They're be good looking on the wall. So just wanted to talk about that before I forget.
Thank you.
So, dude, one thing I forgot to bring up earlier, I don't know if it's Kingpin Chronicles or if it's Warriors. The ollie on your skateboard at the beginning of your part, where you ollie, it's like a leap of faith size ollie.
Yeah, it's Chronicles.
What was up with that?
Just up at the U. It's still there. I forget the pro. There is a pro that actually stuck it finally, which is sick. Yeah, it was just a big ollie. I was into jumping down stuff, and we had just found a few things in that zone. We had found like a closeout rail. We were skating at the time, and then we were kind of wrapping up the Warrior or the Kingpin intro maybe, and
I mean, it was fully summertime by then. Yeah.
So we just went up, grabbed Whitey, went and filmed it. He just stood in the street, classic Whitey style, just holding this thing, barely holding his camera, you know, things all shaking. And I mean, that's maybe one of my favorite clips of all of my career. Just the way the song comes in, sharing that part with JP, and then ollieing that. That's like actually one of my skate clips that got away from me. I've never rebaited that. And it kind of chews at me, but also like it sits as one of my favorite clips. Like the rollout's good. That was one of my favorite shirts at the time, Barton Fink, purple shirt. And, you know, I can still feel my hip hitting the ground. And I remember the crew was there, and it was like, and I was close. And that was one of the biggest ollies I'd ever done, just barely getting enough speed. And I like the shot. The run-in's good. And
who picked the GNR song?
That was a Whitey.
I think
pick.
Whitey for sure. Yeah.
I mean, he knew where our head was at, but we didn't have
much
position.
Yeah. We didn't have much say back then, I think, around music and stuff like that.
It was a good pick, though.
Now, I got to ask about you guys with the True Life video. You know, there's all those wild shots of you guys going through Japan, and the fan worship in Japan at that time, especially for you guys, just seemed like insane. Do you guys have any stories from those trips?
I mean, it was insane. It was like, I think fan worship kind of describes it. It was like, I remember moments of being like almost like scared, like how are we going to even get out of this hotel we're in, because as soon as we're outside the door, it's just total chaos. That was for a contest, and I remember you couldn't even, or we could barely get from like our hotel to the base of the lift, because it was all sides of people you could see as far as you could see. You're just trapped in this circle. And it was, at a certain point, it kind of became normal. I think there was a couple of years where that was just kind of the expected energy that would be coming at us. So looking back, it's kind of crazy. I think in the moment we did pretty good to manage it.
Yeah, I mean, we were, again, hindsight, you can can kind of explain things way cleaner, I think, than they seemed. But looking at it was crazy to jump straight into all of us. We just showed up in Japan, and it was like literally a different world because people were at your feet in like crowds everywhere you went, like you were like the queen bee, and this, the whole hive was just like buzzing around you everywhere you went. You just had you were like a big bumper car essentially with Japanese people surrounding you. And they were going nuts, like adults on their knees and fathers handing their little babies to you to sign, and there wasn't very much sexual in my space. I think it's what you bring on, but what the people that I had literally bowing at me was, actually uncomfortable, really. And so I think I just went into a mode where I just wasn't even seeing it. I was just moving with the crowd, and then wasn't until I look at videos and clips and photos nowadays, and I'm just like, yo, dude, how did we even manage that? And then it did become normal. Like the next trip, we kind of knew what we were going to expect. These videos had dropped. This tour is going to be bigger. Those things gave me so much anxiety, I'll be honest. The forum tours, that's where my Japan anxiety started. I overcame it and ultimately won it and loved that place. But the forum years of Japan were actually kind of hard for me.
Yeah, it was intense. I'm just thinking about maybe because the space back then was there's no way for people to get at us. Now people can, they can get at you through your phone. So you're kind of used to maybe some exposure, and it's we've put this movie out, we've put Resistance out. It's this first team film that's been out in a really long time. And in a way kind of oblivious to the impact, maybe seeing it locally a little bit here and there, but then all of a sudden we're in this place where we're not usually seen and getting it at all at once without any warm-up. I'm thinking about that now as maybe part of why it was so intense.
And that might have been one of the first contests where I got paid. I think I got paid $3,000 to show up to that slopestyle contest that he referred to earlier. And so I was like, they're going to pay us just to roll up? We don't even have to do good? That actually made me want to do good. That was one of the better contests that I ever rode in, and under that kind of pressure too, which is crazy to me because people around it, I'm buckling, no, I'm not going to perform today. There's too many of you, just look for it later, 9 months.
Do you guys have a theory on, because the landscape and the star worshiping, the fan worshiping that went on, I think in just general pop culture, I think was bigger back then, and especially you guys were, I think, there might be a couple your Jamie Lynn's and maybe some Terriers and stuff, but to me the Forum 8 really was kind of the pinnacle of fan worship and snowboarding. Do you guys have theories on the kind of the perfect storm of how it is, why it was like that and why it's like that it is now?
I think there was so many things just happening at that time between just the stuff we were doing on our snowboards mixed with the whole image and marketing of it all, and then just snowboarding in general becoming more popular, more mainstream, I guess. So it was at this maximum exposure of it, all these different categories coming together, I think, is what made it hit, and we were in it at the perfect time, and we were all doing what we wanted to do. We genuinely want to be doing this street stuff. We're not doing it because it's cool or popular. So I think people and fans can pick up on that kind of energy where it's these guys are out here totally doing stuff they want to be doing that we've never seen before and didn't even know was possible. And I think that would be a compelling thing for a fan, so I would imagine that would be part of it.
I think to add to it, which I think is an important point, is that, and you brought it up a minute ago, just the way people received you and learned about you and were exposed to you, and on the timeline too, like that really does matter, because they just didn't see you. And so for you to actually be in their country, that was like a once in a lifetime opportunity to them that they were going to get. So seeing it from that perspective, like, it's no wonder they were tripping, because I mean, at that time it had just started happening. That whole team presence was new to snowboarding, and the impact that had was far more than we were aware of, for sure. But you know, and there wasn't Japanese snowboarders at the time. There was very few they just started to kind of rise and show up as something to like pay attention to, you know? And so I think in that, they were just like, dude, this is everything that we want to be. This is everything we want to approach, at least the snowboard community there. But what seemed like just the normal people there, that's where it always just blew me away. I was just like, dude, these normal like business people are tripping on us, like tripping. And I'm just like, dude, do you know anything? And then they'll just pull this video out and they're just like, resistance or whatever it is, you know, they show it to you and you're just like, you watch this, dude? You're like a business person and old, you know, or whatever. It was just so weird. But they do it. They loved it. And yeah, that's all. It was just, I think that timing was huge, the way you were exposed, the perfect storm that JP described, and that kind of marketing too was new for snowboarding, to just be like, all right, we're going to throw a ton of money at this. Everyone's going to know who these 8 are. Mm-hmm. And that was something snowboarding hadn't seen. So at that level, you know, of payment to be exposed, and then at the level that we actually were from a snowboard perspective and film and a unit, like what we could produce as a unit, I mean, it was just the perfect storm, just stacked up.
Legendary times. I mean, I'm your guys' demographic. I fucking had that shit on repeat, you know? And yeah, it makes sense. I just thinking back to what you said too, think about those you didn't get any nuggets. You didn't get any Instagram, what I had for cereal. Like, I remember you had that day in the life with 411 issue number 1 or 2 or whatever it was. And, you know, you get a box of snowboards and you have a ledge in your driveway, like a skate ledge. And like there's these little nuggets. Like, he's got a skate ledge in his driveway. He gets a giant box of snowboards in the fucking mail. Can you believe that? Like, and so that was shit you didn't see. And so you get a little nugget of that, and you sink your teeth into it. And it was awesome.
It was fun back then too, because, you know, it was a little more. You kind of wanted to show it off a little bit. Like you wanted to be like, yeah, look what I got. And so that 411, we knew that shooting was coming, and we specifically hit up V, and we're like, yo, we need the stuff to arrive this day because they're going to show up and we want to open it. And like, even then we were strategizing like what the look is in the presentation. Like even in that like everyday, you know, Jeremy Jones and JP Walker life, like it did look like that. That's what we did every day. Like call for packages, wait for them to show up, sit in the hammock, go eat and run reps, you know, like snowboard as much as we could. And like, back to these tours, like the craziness, it was so easy to not want to go on them, which seems crazy now because the Japan experience, if it comes my way, I'm on it. Like if someone's going to throw that at me and be like, you want to go to Japan? You don't have to pay. I'm going to be like, yeah, dude, anytime of the year, I'm in. And back then it was like, dude, I don't want to go. I just want to stay here. I want to skate, and I want to keep like, I'm going to stay in my space and my zone and like dial in. Like we're always dialing in for the next thing because, I mean, we had a theory, and it's formed up in different ways over the years, but basically like as soon as it's done, it's done. Like what's next? Like every time you stomp something, other than the feeling that remains, you have nothing because you already did it. Now you're back to zero. You're like constantly back to zero, and we just trip on that. We're just like, dude, How'd the premiere go? It was good. I got nothing now.
Nothing now. Yeah.
Chasing the dragon.
Yeah.
I mean, we should talk about it. We talked about this in your episode. One of my favorite, and we're talking about it right now. One of my favorite things you've ever said to me. You know, you're like, if I could go back to one point in my time, it was like from when you finish your video part and you know you're sitting on clips.
Yeah.
You want, and then before it comes out, do you want to explain that?
Yeah, just that's a really comfortable space. Like, there's filming's wrapped, so there's technically nothing else more I can do. And if I know I'm holding like dope stuff, it's like I'm feeling secure with all that because I don't know, it just feels comfortable, you know? It's like warm and it's like surrounding me, all this stuff, and I'm going to present it. I want it to be seen. I'm going to present it at some point, but right now it's kind of all mine and it's keeping me safe or something.
It's padding.
Yeah, so it's this weird paradox. It's like I want you guys to see it, and then it comes out and it's like, damn, like it's like September, probably going to snow soon, probably got to get a spot, probably got to start working those new tricks. Like I got to get some shots because I got nothing now. So that's kind of my vibe around it.
100%. As long as you could hold that gold close to you, like the premiere date was, oh yeah, we're pushing back the premiere. Sick.
Yeah.
That's good. I got another week or two before I have to feel that. Because it was like, for me, kind of, it would defeat me almost every year. It did kind of like, it was like a full, I don't know, jump
you're
in
kind
from a game.
you're kind of like letting go this part of you that you worked really hard for and put a lot into. So it's like, this isn't mine it's still yours, but it's like maybe in the sharing of it where that feels like, just saying that, I feel like a sinking down, like deflating or defeating. I don't know. Does that fit?
Yeah. No, I'm like getting anxious, actually.
Well,
I am too.
You're like people that work their whole lives to win an Olympic medal in swimming or something, and they win it, and then they have this like shallow feeling afterwards, like shit, now what? That you know, like what's there's something that too. There's also, I do love the, when you for me when video parts were the world. And you do have a good winner, and there's that like cockiness kind of. You're sitting on, you're like, I know I got a stack of some good shit,
and you hear
hasn't
like
hit yet
for sure, and then other things come across like the industry lines, and you're hearing that someone did this or that, and you're like, yeah, but do they have like the rest of the 12 minutes of raw that I'm sitting on? And you're like chilling. You're like, dude, I'm like, I came in with 25 of raw, like. That's gonna cut up real nice, like, and I know what my highlights are. So like those summer days were insane for sure. They were. It was a nice feeling. It's a nice, a steady buzz. Steady buzz.
I think that's or for me, I know I'm in a good spot where if I hear rumors of stuff other people did, and I'm not flinching because I'm like, well, that's all right, but they don't got this or whatever. So,
and early season, that stuff would flood in like crazy because it seemed like people would try to like pass word around. They were like, hey, things are popping. This person's getting this, and you're like, come on, no, they're not. Like, we're always first, and we're not even like sniffing yet. There's no way that this person did that already, and so. Some things we could see through, and some would just be like, all right, let's go. And it was like on right then. And it was, that stuff was hugely or largely motivating for us, chasing like, those rumors, because that's all you had. You didn't have you can leak stuff on Insta now or TikTok and kind of see what people are up to. And you can actually like predict what their tricks are that they're holding. You're like, I know what they're holding if they have a trick on that rail because I saw their warm-ups earlier in the season. They showed me. Yeah. And so you don't get as, like, I don't know.
There's not much mystery.
Those impacts of parts are just different. You have to really, like, writers will impact me with their video parts. It's because I'm a fan of them, and I go to them, and I watch them, and I'm just like, you killed it. You did a really great job this year. And I like, that has an impact for sure, but they don't show up anymore, and you're not really surprised. Yeah. Although Judd Hankey surprised me. Is that how you say his last name?
Judd, yeah. Yeah, Judd Hankey.
Dude, his little surf part thing was crazy.
All right, let's talk about Blackstrap. Now, I've been testing some of their products lately. They sent some stuff to the bomb hole. And let me tell you, they make some high-performance base layers, beanies, balaclavas, and more. Recently tried out the Blackstrap Summit base layers on a full day hiking around the backcountry. We were getting sweaty, it was cold, and I was really impressed. They're breathable, they're stretchy, they're quick drying. Good base layers are key for staying warm and comfortable in the mountains, and they are worth investing in. I wear base layers every time I go ride, so great base layers are absolutely crucial, and Blackstrap makes some really high-quality ones, so check them out. Also, I was impressed with their balaclavas. As you know, I wear a helmet these days, new to that game, and I love the fit under the helmet. So if you're looking for a great under-the-helmet balaclava, be sure to check out bsbrand.com, and you can use promo code BOMBHOLE for 20% off your order. Again, that's bsbrand.com, promo code BOMBHOLE, 20% off your order. They also recently came on board to support Bombhole Cup, as well as our Woodward Dust Bomb Ride Day. So support brands that support snowboarding and check out bsbrand.com and use promo code BOMBHOLE for 20% off your order and get yourself looking fresh out there on the hill. All right, the good times are stacking up with the 24-25 Ikon Pass on sale starting March 14th. Drop in on 50-plus destinations, spring's lowest prices, plus limited time savings on child passes and renewal discounts. Pro tip, buy now, ride now with immediate access up to 9 mountains and a total of up to 16 by early April. From $259 adult, claim your pass to the good times today. So, Charles, shout out to our Patreon members. Thank you guys so much. Couldn't do the show without you guys. You guys kick ass. So we let our Patreon members submit questions. When you know you're coming in the booth, we're going to run through a couple of those real quick. Charles Nuccio, aka Chuck Nacho, wants to know, what did you guys think of Hebel's part in Gen Pop when it came out?
Well, we kind of talked about, like, he had the song that I already used.
Off air.
Yeah. So I don't think I was that tight about him having the same song that I already used. I probably was tight about that. What am I saying? I was probably really upset about that. I probably thought that was a pretty big violation, but I like Justin and I like his approach to snowboarding and the kind of the more technical tricks he was doing. And if I didn't know him already as a friend, I probably would have been way more distant or maybe vibing him for doing something like that. But it's all love.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's so you used the song in Warriors, and he used that same song a few years later in Gen Pop.
And I didn't even pick that song. Like, Whitey picked it for me, but of course I'm attached to it, and it got a lot of the part got love. So, yeah.
Okay, we got a question from Lance Hacker. What's Jeremy's favorite JP part, and what's JP's favorite Jeremy part?
I'm going to go with two of them. And one of them is our first year of real snow. I love that real snow part. You know, a lot of it's just what
Good look.
That was Cheers year. Yeah.
Good
Cheers.
look.
Oh, good luck.
Good look year.
Sorry to interrupt you.
I think 2006 was the first year of it was called Real Street at the time. What's it called now?
2006.
Real
that seems
snow.
early.
No, it was
like 2012 or
yeah.
Sorry, 2011 or
11 or
12.
12,
That's
yeah.
right. That's right. Sorry, my bad. I really like that one. Pierre cut that up.
Mm-hmm.
We had a good, unit. We called ourselves that one. Sexton was in on that. Chamberlain, Seth. So we were all kind of like moving together to try and build that one up. I really liked that part. And then weirdly, it's the ones that I was the most involved with. The other one was Smokescreen. Is that what
like the
you
spot,
called that
the
one?
spot
The spot
edit?
edit.
Yeah.
And I'd just been recently hurt, so I was offline, but I was flying the drone a lot, so I was just like challenging myself and my drone pilot skills at the spot and all those trees. And JP was trying to do a spot only part, and so it got me in the snow, and I'd crawl up there every day that he was there, and he'd be, have his thing set up and his line, and I'd film a drone shot or anything else I could help him with, and then he edited and released that part by himself, and that was an online part, which was unique, something different for us really at the time even, and we were kind of late to it too, but he still put that out. I thought that was a super sick part. I mean, there's, his writing's just, I've said it on here, he's my he's my GOAT, and he's the, rider of all time to me. So it's, they're all really good. They all have different things, but overall, just his approach to technical snowboarding has always been it's just the biggest influence really on my snowboarding, and then also my structure of how I go about things, because I do it so different than he does, and the methods are different, and just learning from him and trying to apply those where they fit inside my method without changing mine, because I've tried to do that at times. It doesn't work, thanks, Lance, for the question. I think that's a really hard one. I think all of them ultimately, but those two are my fave. The real snow, I think, is on top, though.
Word. Thanks for saying all that. I'm I don't know. It's kind of hard to hear right now. I just thought you'd maybe say a part, but not really get so deep, and so.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, it's cool. It's cool. And I just because I'm thinking about you came up and helped me film at the spot, and you were broke off and stuff, and I couldn't do any of this without you.
Yeah, same, for sure. That's just undebatable. Yeah.
And so I think it's also just important for me to not just say that to you, but to everybody, so everyone knows.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's sick to hear, actually. And just so everyone knows, that's my greatest mentor, throwing that compliment at me. So he is my best friend and really longest companion in life, but still very much my hero in snowboarding. So it's quite a compliment to hear those things, for sure.
Yeah. And it's I'm kind of sidebarring, but it's just kind of funny to 20 years later, 30 years later, be able to, I think the appreciation I have for you, and the idea that I can't do this without you.
Of course.
And maybe never really said it.
It's been said.
That's gangster shit.
And so, I'm always been a fan of your Shakedown part. And I just actually watched your Resistance part the other day, and it's just so good, dude. And I remember hold on a second. I gotta get myself back here. I'm kind of elevated. I think I've just had this crazy connection with you. I remember so that McTwist 900, the shirtless one. And this has happened to me so many times with you, maybe barely with other people, but I can just tell when you're about to do something. It's you're just writing in a little bit different. No one would ever, I think, notice, but it's you're in the flat bottom of that thing. You're not even going up the wall yet. And I'm this is the one, and I've seen that happen just so many times, watching you.
Yeah, I think that's one of the coolest things of having those connections and people that you've spent that kind of time with, especially at this level, everyone's extreme is different in whatever they're into, but we played with just getting really, really hurt a lot, and we played with dying a lot, and to watch that, it's really just seeing the confidence and seeing everything click and all those attempts, whether it be 1 or 2 or 10, and then when it sinks in the ride-in, and think that's such a cool thing. And if you're close enough to be able to see that in somebody, I think that, I mean, what an opportunity, you know, to be like, because then you're feeling it. You're actually feeling it with them. You're not just getting stoked off of their move and energy. You're like, I'm connected. Like this is my trick too. And I think, we've shared an unfair amount of that, I would say, you know, in comparison to what other people maybe have access to.
Yeah. Pretty special when you see your boy in the pocket. Like when there's these special moments in time when you see one of your friends that's in it and they're doing something special and you're like, they got the confidence is there. They're in that pocket.
Yeah. And there's been so many times too, like watching you where I'm just like, it's this weird space of like, I know you're going to get it, but you're also like so in it and up against it and maybe you already broke off and like, so that part's hard and like, I don't know, just acknowledging that part too, I guess.
Yeah, it's it can build a little bit of a thick skin to some extent because you can watch people you love like battle hard in a lot of pain and mental, physical, both of them, you know, emotional and then get rewarded from the thing, but you can see so much more there too, you know? And it can be taxing and painful, you know? And we've had discussions around this, JP and myself, with our, you know, our own lives, kind of flipping the scripts on us and having to process those at different times and then come together and kind of see where we're at, you know? And it's allowed us to kind of always, we can look at like a 30-year book, you know, of experiences at levels that are just beyond accessible, you know, and movements that were first and then became standard. And things like this, it's like, I don't know, man, it's just a lot. It's a lot. And when I start looking at it, it is quite overwhelming. And I understand even more why being young and being exposed, you can just sort of, I mean, I cling to my crew. That's what I clinged to. I clinged to the film squad because it was tight enough that I could see the edges. And when I couldn't see the edges of what was like coming at me, there's a lot of anxiety in that, you know, and big sponsors and expectations like that. That's how those things that kind of come at you. And, you know, you protect yourself and it can be very damaging and also dope because you learn experiences in it.
Did I answer that question about favorite video?
Yeah, you said Shakedown. You said Shakedown, and
I just was
Shakedown and Resistance.
The shirtless back nine.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, I would love to let's just sink our teeth into Shakedown a little bit here, because if you think about Shakedown, huge year. You guys come back together. Jeremy's first year on Forum. Burton. Jeremy's first year on Burton. JP opener. Jeremy Ender, you ride to This Is How We Do It. You ride to Queens of the Stone Age, first ever double cork. You know, back 450. It's like this, just kind of like this, just your guys' synergy and the tricks and the progression and the filming with Dogger and all of it. It's just, it's a real fucking sweet spot in time in terms of like great video. Great timing, and then obviously JP broke his jaw, and you guys were both there for that shared experience. I think that would be interesting to talk about, because I don't know if we've even talked about it on air before.
No, I don't think we really have. But
you can dive into where it goes black for you.
Yeah, I mean, we were shooting. I think it was probably our first backcountry shoot of the year. We've been on handrails like all early season, and we had like stacks that way. We shot out east, like we went to Albany and all that, and we also filmed around here in Evanston, so looking pretty good handrail wise. And we got the call to go up to Whistler, and we hit like this jump that I think Lucas has maybe a cab 5 or 9 switch front side.
Cab 9 FT.
Yeah, it's like it's like a first track one. So we hit that. So we'd already hit that and we're pretty warmed up and everyone had got shots on that. And so we're feeling pretty juiced and perfect jump is right above that. This is in Whistler at Callahan. So we go up and build that and I think I had hit it recently, but it got milky. It might have been up there before you guys or something because I'd been over it recently. So we rebuild it, and I'm like, I'll hit it first because I've just been over it recently. But that thing, you kind of got to build it right. It's pretty G'd out in the bottom, and I think it was just the snow was maybe soft, so I kind of, the G's didn't hold for how soft the snow was, and I think I kind of lost speed and basically didn't make it over it. And like I hit my face on my knee and broke my jaw and got knocked out. And from there, all I remember is like kind of what I say in the video. Like I'm waking up in the hospital. My teeth are like not in the same place. Like all shit's all broken. I don't know what's going on. I'm having these like flashbacks of like I'm looking down at Jeremy and everybody from like this POV. It's like the helicopter view. And I'm like, I'm waving. I'm stoked. But why am I leaving? Like we're hitting this jump. So, that's all I remember. But I mean, we were so in for this Shakedown movie that didn't stop the session. Like you guys basically like put me in a helicopter and sent me home and just like stayed to like hit the jump, which is like kind of gnarly.
Yeah, it was
like you think that would kind of end the vibe in the session.
Yeah, it ended my vibe. I actually didn't hit the jump. It's one of the jumps in Whistler I haven't hit I don't want to call it swimming pool, but perfect jump. But we put in that runway and that buckled on him, and that was the day that I was going to hit it. And but I was shook on that. He came to. We knew with Kearns we had navigated like the peaks that would accept a cell call because that's where we were at. We weren't quite into this satellite phone like system yet. It was pre that. So he gets the call off to the heli. JP was knocked out for a minute and, seemingly kind of with it, but you could tell he was just looped out, can't move his jaw, but almost like under laughing gas kind of vibes, but yeah, he just flew off and waved, and it was a weird rest of the day. I just remember I just wanted to get out and call him and see where things were at, and then just found out his whole face was messed up and it just wasn't a good look. But to JP's point, like we were so in the zone and halfway there. Now it was just a matter of wrapping it up. So just keep going, like wrap up your feeling and then go start clip up and hit up JP whenever you can and figure out when he's back to do it with you and catch
You
up.
guys wrapped the season with those picnic table sessions once you got better?
Yeah. That was probably some of the last stuff we shot. And to the point, like, we'll go picnic tables on them to the very end to get clips, you know what I mean? Just, we got to make this. I felt a ton of pressure for that video because of all that stuff that we talked about in the last episode, how I was not filming for the forum movie Video Gangs, but instead I was filming with Shakedown and Mac Dog. So for me, I had no option other than to like come through because that was during that big contract as well, So I don't know what kind of what did you have any sidebar pressures or any different pressures than just the normal video part pressures going down for Shakedown? Because that was.
I mean, I had the same thing. Like I literally just signed a good deal with Burton, and coming off of a year of everyone telling me I was done because my career's over, leaving for him, like I can't survive this breakup. And that was my part to show that I can survive it just fine, and that, so to me, like that as a personal career, like highlight that part's huge, and I both am like hyped that it was Ender, and also like I mean, I've said this before, but it's like, it just hits different. Like, had he not broke his jaw, I wouldn't have had Ender. I know it, you know? And I often wonder, like, I'm just curious what your part would have looked like, you know, with some of the things that I knew were in your head, and sometimes those turn into different things than what you're saying to me, you know, and that was the coolest part about it. And so sometimes I feel like, man, I wish that wouldn't happen. You know, obviously you do that, but I'm not sad about that. So I hope you hear me correctly. It's just, it's more of an exciting thing. Like, it would be really cool to see like what those tricks were. 'Cause I know there's one or two of them in there that would have just been like, I mean, probably could have changed, you know, the course of snowboarding in a way that we'd still recognize now. And like that, I just wonder what it was.
Well, it had plenty of impact as it was.
Yeah, I mean, I think I hear you on that for sure. And I think in the end, the video came out and had an impact and looked the way that it needed to, you know? So
I agree.
We might have not have got there like ideally with the grill getting smashed, but the video is sick.
Yeah, and also, you know, when does Browner and Kale hit perfect jump after he goes in the heli? Was it because I feel like they had clips on perfect jump?
Yeah,
so that just
that was
for
that
sure.
session.
Kale,
Yeah.
maybe Lucas.
Or Lucas, okay.
Yeah.
Lucas, Kale, not Browner.
I don't know if
Not
he was there
Browner.
that day.
Okay.
Yeah,
I want to say
he might have hit it on a different session, but he's hit it.
I think
for sure.
Kale actually got a ham on it from that day. Like,
Yeah,
that was one of his
yeah.
standout shots.
Yeah.
And then the other thing to talk about too, we've covered your double cork a ton and talked about that. I wanted to talk about the mirror mode skate snow. You crooked grind the ledge, nose press on your snowboard. That was a freaking awesome way to intro it. Did you conceptualize that way beforehand?
Yes, I think and no, they're a part of that like just came to be, but for sure, like I went about skating with that approach. Like, if I can get this, I want to get this, and it happened. I think on some skate ledges leading into the season, because I went to that ledge spot and I was like, dude, there's both of them. Let's do like some back and forth stuff here, and like so. I don't really know how it came about, and then things just started to line up. Like, I had a nose press on the Burlington High gap out that was kind of front crooky, you know? And so then I was like, that's actually pretty front crooky. I'm going to go try to get a front crook, and then I sort of chased that trick, I think, for that. So it was sort of a back and forth thing, and then those Denver brick ledges, you know, lended themselves hugely to that front cab on and the front one on. So yeah, there was a concept there. I was pretty happy that turned out. It wasn't as good as I had hoped, but I feel like it was what it needed to be now, because I've gotten quite a lot of like feedback on that. People seem to resonate with that.
Yeah.
Super memorable. Well, we've been talking a lot about video nerd stuff. I think it's time for you know what, Jones.
Uh-oh. Name that video part. I've learned I'm not that good at this.
Name That Video Part is presented by Woodward Park City, which we love here at the Bomb Hole. We're regulars over there. Just had an event earlier this winter up there called the Dust Bomb, and it was a blast. Now, one thing we love here at the Bomb Hole is affordability in snowboarding. And you can get a lift ticket for $40 and go snowboarding, which is unheard of in this day and age. And their monthly membership is cheaper than most day passes at other ski resorts. So definitely check out Woodward Park City if you're looking for a nice, convenient snowboarding experience. You know, you jam up the canyon. It's 15, 20 minutes from Salt Lake. There's usually no lift lines. It's easy. It's fun. They got beginner features if you're just learning. You want to hit your first box. They got a bunny slope if you want to learn how to ride. And then they got everything from a super pipe all the way up to some jackers of some kickers. You know, if you want to let the big dog eat, Woodward Park City is a great place to do it. So check it out. And then you can learn tricks into the foam pit inside. Kokard did this the other day. He learned switchback rodeos on a rollerboard and then inside into the foam pit, and then strapped on his snowboard, went outside, did a switchback rodeo on the jump. So they're all about progression at Woodward Park City. And if you want to learn some new tricks, check it out.
I'm not good at it.
All good. The thing is that you guys got two brains working on it.
Oh, we could work together.
Yeah, there's not
Sick.
individual. There's one song.
Okay.
You guys both have a chance to answer it. So I think with your combined brain power, you should do okay. Here we go.
I've never spent much time in school, but I told ladies plenty.
Oh, yeah.
I totally have it. It's Kingpin. And it's
the Rev commercial.
Oh, it's the commercial. Is it? No. That's not the commercial. It's the. Oh my gosh.
Do you guys
It's
need
not
it again?
the commercial.
Hang on.
It's not the
Let's
commercial
listen to
because this.
I've never spent much time in school.
And it's somebody's part. It's not another commercial in the video. It's a montage.
It's a montage because the.
No, that's the commercial.
That's the commercial.
Yeah. It's I can see the footage, but I can't see the name. It's not Josh Roberts. He had a country song for.
I'm either going with
It's
Pelchat or Mitch.
I mean, it's a montage.
yeah, it's a montage. It's a montage,
montage
in
of
the
In
Warriors.
the middle, yes.
Yeah.
It's a montage of Warriors. We're getting closer. Keep going.
And it's not a team montage.
Not a team montage. At this time, this is a popular type of montage.
Oh,
in a
this
movie.
montage has like
Oh,
Jason
is it a
bumping
slam
it.
section?
It's the
It's a slam.
section.
Yeah, it has
section.
bump
There
in
it
it.
is.
That's right.
Wood
Yeah,
in
because
it.
it's the Fall Guy. theme
Mikey's in
song.
the Fall Guy.
Yeah.
Everybody's just getting annihilated.
Getting
for
annihilated.
4
Yeah,
minutes.
That's why I
country
couldn't.
song.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't.
We didn't.
That's my
get that.
excuse.
But
Yeah.
you know what? You could tell that you knew it by your
I knew
response.
it. I knew it right away that it was. I could see the grainy, shaky Kingpin footage.
sure. The commercial was overlapping.
Yeah.
I kept getting the commercial images.
Yeah, it's kind of sounds the same.
It's the same, basically the same.
Yeah,
thing.
good one,
Well,
dude.
we have named that video part packages in Jules' office. We didn't bring him in because we're not
Sick.
really a professional operation. So
Thank you. I'm hyped on that.
yeah, I feel like you've. It's been so long since you were in the booth. You probably never even got one of those things.
No, I'm so hyped on that
Yeah.
the new Yeti thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and part 2, this is for our listeners. If you guys know the part, comment on the photo of JP and Jeremy when this episode comes out, and that's where we will pick our winner. Here we go. Okay. Thank you guys. for
No
playing.
idea.
Name that video part.
That was actually kind of hard.
Okay, let's talk CBdayz. Now, CBdayz is a wellness company crafting recovery products for athletes made with CBD, a compound from the hemp plant known for reducing inflammation. It was founded by snowboarders DCP and Frank Bourgeois in March of 2020. They developed a unique anti-inflammatory tropical called the OG Muscle Gel. This unique blend of 24 essential oils is designed to be fast absorbed by the skin and deliver the relief from CBD within minutes. This gel has built a reputation for speeding up your recovery time. The best feedback comes from post-surgery trauma, ligaments, muscular inflammation, and arthritis. Now, CBdayz products are endorsed and used daily by many legends and upcoming riders, like Kurt Wastel, Bjorn Linus, Pat Fava, Ryan Paul, and many more, and even myself too. I love it. Their mission is to help the snowboard community getting after it by offering 100% natural and effective recovery solutions. You can find CBdayz at your local shops such as Wave Rave, Darkside, Underground Snowboards, Snowshed New York, and other premium retailers who care about your health. If you have lingering injuries right now and love to try CBdayz product, you can hop on CBdayz.com and score a 30% discount by using code BOMBHOLE30 and start addressing your pain right now. Just head on over to CBdayz.com and enter promo code BOMBHOLE30 to put your hands on the famous OG Muscle Gel, tinctures, and other awesome CBD recovery products. All right, let's take a break and talk about one of my favorite places, Mammoth Mountain. Now, they got over 140 features in their Unbound terrain parks. They got some of the best park builders on earth. They got 10 parks, 100 plus rails, 40 plus jumps at any time, and a mini pipe, a mega pipe, which is 22 feet, and countless transition features. Now let's talk Main Park. Now that's where I love to ride. I was just there earlier this winter. The jumps are incredible. You're talking good takeoffs, good landings. It makes you feel like you're a better snowboarder than you are. Some of the best snowboarders in the world have really sharpened their teeth there, like Dusty Hendrickson, Judd Henkes. A lot of the best half-pipe riders train there in the world to ride their super pipe. They got South Park, which is really fun and flowy. You got Forest Trail. That's a good warm-up. Some smaller features. You might catch some old heads in there. You might catch Todd Richards banging him over the head with a Cab 5. You never know. And then the mountain itself is incredible. If you catch it on a powder day and you know where to go, you can get rowdy. And then if you just want to rip groomers, you got yourself a nice directional board and you want to lay down some carbs, it's a great place. They got beginner parks. They got intermediate parks. Mammoth Mountain has a ton of terrain for any ability level. Great place to go if you want to have a vacation and get into some snowboarding. So highly recommend Mammoth Mountain. If you're looking for a vacation, check it out. We got a guest question. It's a long one, so saddle up.
Okay.
It's one of the longer ones from our boy, from your guys' boy, the General, a.k.a. Baby Huey, a.k.a. Seth Hewitt, living legend.
Bomb hole. What's up, Grandies? Shout out Silk D in the back. Big day in the booth. JP and Jeremy, what's up, dudes? I have a few war story topic sparkers for you today. Just to kind of kick it off, we got some like Gettysburg style battlegrounds at Mueller Park. Maybe talk about those grounds and what they did for your progression and snowboarding's progression as a whole. Next, we have some more covert ops stories of, kind of thinking back to like a more pre-Instagram, pre-know everything, like true life, Shakedown era. Maybe talk about the film crew beef and talk about how the directors and producers of those films basically told all the riders, don't talk. And then in the more modern warfare, vibes, talk about Skate Park 2 in St. Paul, Minnesota, and like the groundbreaking tricks, like in a more modern age of snowboarding, like the Wally back D, the spinnerboard stuff, that massive, massive redirect. Love to hear those stories. And then this story is like, to kind of close it off, this story is like one of my favorites. Like, talk about, just kind of shed some light about how you guys have each other's back no matter what. But talk about the time you had to go snowboarding in your shoes and you also got kicked out of the hotel room and maybe why they're connected. Love to hear that story again. But love you, dudes. Foxhole buddies for life. Have a great episode. Take care.
Word.
Yeah,
Thanks, Seth.
Thanks, Seth. Put a G.
Most, it's like a 5-parter, 4-parter?
5-parter,
Yeah,
yeah.
you'll have to
We kind of
keep
hit
us
some of
online.
those.
Mueller
Yeah.
Park's good.
Yeah. I'll start at the end with the part how he's talking about how we had to snowboard in our shoes.
Yep.
Because we put like, we were staying in Mammoth and there's like the sign like, don't put your boots on the heater. So obviously we're going to like dry our boots on the heater and we like put them on there, go to dinner, like come back to the hotel room and like turn down the hall to go to our room and like there's smoke in the hallway. Get to our room, like open the room and it's like can't even see across because it was like the boots had like melted over the heater. They were like the second year DCs or something like that. Like a lot of panels and plastics on those things. So we ended up just kind of like cranking down our bindings and like we actually rode like the Mammoth pipe just in like shoes and stuff like that because there was no way to get replacements for those things back then. But
We were laughing.
that was pretty funny. I thought we were gonna, they were tripping like that we defied the rules about the heater, but that was pretty funny.
Amazing.
Yeah, that was crazy. The whole,
yeah.
that hallway was smoke screen.
Yeah.
And then we talked Mueller Park, crew beef between film crews.
Yeah, there was for sure beef like back then because I think people were so guarded and protective about like spots and zones and stuff like that. So like that jump that we were just talking about, the one we hit before we hit perfect jump, I had a thing happen on there where we'd finished hitting it. This is a different time. We'd finished hitting it and then another crew tried to just go swoop in and hit it like once we were done and we were so angered by that. So it's like we're at the bottom of it. We see this guy going up to like hit it. Just a fellow snowboarder trying to get clips, you know, but we were just like, nah, that's not happening. It's like we all start our sleds up and we're like high marking the shit out of this landing while he's up there like ready to go. It's like if he hits it now, he's gonna get like super hurt. That turned into like maybe somebody's windshield getting waxed with surf wax saying kook on it, and that might have turned into like a flat tire or something else like in retaliation. Like there was for sure like I don't know. I don't know if we were just like thinking it was like us against the world kind of thing, but it was way more life or death. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like life or death. A spot was critical. You know, a new jump was critical to a video part, and the longer you could keep people off it, the more premium it would sit in your piece. You know, and so yeah, there was like that kind of territorialism, and
yeah.
You know, I'm actually glad that that's over now, but I feel like it played an important role, and the beef between film crews I thought was healthy to an extent because, you know, it drove everyone harder. You know, it really did. Like to get out there earlier, to stay out there longer, to find new jumps and open this whole thing up and make it not so just boring, seeing everyone hitting the same thing. So
yeah,
I think there was some beef, but there always will be, you know.
Yeah,
brand against brand is really what it comes down to. That's always going to remain to some extent.
And when it comes to like, you know, I'm thinking backcountry stuff, the bottom line really is there's only so many landings in these jumps. So that's gonna drive up the like anxiety of, you know, it's expensive to launch your machine and go out there and just look around, you know, and see what you want to hit. So it's like, it's gonna have people are gonna get charged up about finding spots and thinking that it's theirs or not wanting other people to hit it. So because it's going to come down to like 3 goes, maybe.
And that internal crew beef mattered too. Like that would steam up at times because you'd shave people off a crew and you're like, no, we're going to this jump and you're not coming. There's only 3 of us going and these are the 3 and here's why. Sorry.
Yeah.
Like you can come to the next one.
Yeah.
Now, was the term, I was told recently, I just found this out this week, and I don't know if this is true or not. I'm going to clarify with you guys, but Shakedown was the name of the movie, and it was because you guys did a shakedown of the crew to where it was like kind of more elite in a way. Is that true or
I mean,
false?
I think just shaking down was our general energy. Like you know, I kind of just like had this shakedown with Forum to get on this thing. Jeremy's like clapping back with his shakedown being on Burton. There's this weird separation between MacDog and Forum production wise. It was all a shakedown. And then I think we swooped some people. Like we definitely wanted Seth in that video and he was filming with Kingpin. So it's like, I don't know if that was
That was part of the shakedown.
You know?
Yeah, it was just
and we
like
might
shaking things up.
Yeah, we might have grabbed some other people that were already on other film projects or broke it up different than maybe some other people had have wanted. But I think we were just like, we have to make this work. Like, and it wasn't just us, it was like the production side, like Kearns and MacDog were thinking that too. So that it was almost like the name just named itself because that's what kind of we were running.
Yeah, and the whole lead into that too was once the crew was assembled and gathered, that was really what was delivered to us. It was like this plan, like maybe they didn't in their eyes form the elitist crew just by putting the names together, but they presented it to us that way and they said, we picked this crew. And what's going to happen on the back end of this, if you decide to be in it from today, is that you're all in. Like nothing else matters but this video part, and it's going to shake things up. And this will be the elite crew after this movie, you know? So it was almost like we'll show you what this will turn into rather than we're going to gather the best of the best and make it happen. It's like there was that element because the production crew knows who they want. They know who they want it to look like. They know who's going to put up what they're going to ask. And and some couldn't. It was too intense for a few on the crew, you know, and not in a negative way. Like they'll admit it too in their own time when their time is on the mic, and it was intense, and you had to be. I mean, it was like that was the year 8 Mile came out. Like we were on
Mom Spaghetti,
dude.
Yeah, we were on some Mom Spaghetti energy.
You know, and that's like that Mom Spaghetti.
That was just
energy.
that was like the world, the global context of the energy that was around, you know, and then
globally. Yeah. And you talk to people now, and that's like, they'll resonate to that. You just throw that line out, and they're just like, oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. And I mean, that was an era, and that was in my head, the whole thing. It was an insane era.
Yeah.
Going back to crew beef, you know, JP shared the story on his podcast when he came on here about the skiers that came up to the spot and how you camped out the night. And JP shared it from his perspective, but he wasn't there. I would love to hear your perspective of sharing that story because it sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, we had our spot. It was tucked up in Guardsman for a few years, and you know, we started doing this thing called the Lone Wolf, and you'd just go spend the night by yourself, and then you'd get a gray spot patch. I mean, it was pretty simple. Just if you're a boss, you can go bust Lone Wolf, and just let everyone know you're doing it, and you don't know, like maybe they'll come up and like scare you, like you kind of have these things in your mind, but you just go up and camp out of the spot and sleep over, eat your dinner, and build a fire. And so I'm like got the fire going down below the spot. It's down below all the rails where our little crib sites were, and you know, it's lights out, and I just hear this like noise and kind of some lights moving through the trees over, and I was just like, what's going on? And it's getting closer, so I snuff out my fire and like pull my food, and I tuck back into my lean-to, and I'm just watching. It's all dark now, and I keep seeing it, and then up behind me is the hill, and I see them come up over the back of the hill, and they're dragging a generator, and they have flashlights, all headlamps. There's like 10 of them or so, 8 to 10 of them. And these skiers that hiked up Guardsmen through the gate. I mean, it's like 1.5 miles from the gate, you know,
it's
if you know where to go. And it's like tucked away in the trees. And they dragged all lights and a Jenny up there, and just to hit it when we're not on site, you know.
Because you had booted him, right?
We had booted him probably.
And we've
like
been locking it up and just regulating hard,
Anyone that came through just wasn't, you know, if you didn't work, you didn't ride, you know, and not many came through, so it was always beef when the ones did. And what do you mean? It's just here. And so they kind of were giving me that. They're like, so I just like let them kind of do it. They walk down to the rail, and they're sort of like hovering around the down bar and kind of getting comfortable, discussing like what their move's going to be. And so I just like put my headlamp on. I haven't turned it on yet. And I'm actually strapped. Like I'm strapped on my leg, but that's of no consequence. It just stays there. But I have my hatchet in my hand, you know, and I'm like walking up to him, and then they're like, "What is it? Can you hear that?" Oh, and they were like, "Is someone burning a fire?" Like I could hear them chatting with each other. "Can you smell that fire? Is there a fire?" So they're like, "Oh, I don't think so." "Oh yeah, I can smell it." And anyway, I start walking up, and then I click the headlamp on and just like point it right at them and keep walking. And I'm like kind of tossing my hatchet in my hand, you know. And I'm like, "What are you guys up to?" And they're like, "Oh, we're going to session this rail." And I'm like, "No, you're not, actually." "What do you mean? This isn't yours." "It is mine." Actually, my rail and my setup, and I'm actually here. I'm here sleeping before you guys, and so you know you're not hitting this. "Well, you're not hitting it right now." "No, I'm trying to go to sleep, and I don't want these lights on and you skiers hitting the rail." "There's a smaller rail over on the other side of the hill that someone dragged up. You guys can go do that."
Yeah,
you know, it's ones. Close. Yeah. You're already up here. I appreciate the walk, you know, that you did, but it's time to go. And they were so not stoked. And So they argued with me for a little bit, but then they ended up leaving. And then we were doing our guest issue at Snowboarder, and the ski mag dude came up talking to us, and he's like, "Oh, you're JP and Jeremy?" And he starts chatting. And he's like, "Dude." So that whole thing was like a write-up in a ski magazine. These kids showed up there, and this snowboarder just came out of the woods with an axe in his hand and removed us from, kicked us out. And they were so pissed. But I was like, that's sick. It got a write-up and everything.
Yeah, and I think it was like a big discussion on like a ski message board and stuff
that's right.
too.
That's right.
Yeah.
So that was a good one. That was
Especially
a good one.
when, imagine the amount of anger behind that when they're like, well, fuck them. I'm going to show them. We're going to go up at night and hit their rails. You're like, nah.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Yeah. Territorialism.
Yeah. It's
at its finest.
Yeah, it's great.
But we ultimately got ran out of there and lost. So just so they can get their win nowadays, like Forest Service or the sheriffs ultimately went and bent all our rails around the trees and ran us out of there. So no more.
Yeah.
We got another guest question from Mac Dog. Let's hit this one.
JP, Jeremy, I guess I have one more for you guys. It's just a funny one. Nothing too crazy, but what about that first trip to Montana with Heine and the vending machine? Dun, dun, dun. Once it was over, so was the trip. Just kind of funny looking back. Later, boys.
Yeah, that trip, there was a lot of firsts on that trip, actually.
Yeah.
You want to start?
No, you go. You remember, you know what he's talking about.
Yeah. I mean, some of it's foggy. We went up to Montana with Heine and Cynthia, his girlfriend at the time, and she was the photographer. Heine was filming for Mac Dog. Snowmobiles are entry level at this time, like no suspension. They're like track sleds, you know? And so we're out in Montana, which is a lot of groomers, and we're trying to find some stuff to ride. Heine had been on some stuff, and we were staying in this place, and there was no food.
Yeah.
There was like no food except for a vending machine. And so we ultimately cleaned this thing out in like seconds, you know, but as long as that lasted was about as much attention span we had, because it wasn't that good there, and it was this, Heine and Cynthia were a weird, and like I got in a weird avalanche the first day, and like.
Well, that clips in Simple Pleasures when you do that double line and it crowns and splits, and you air that second one and stomp it. That was that area. But yeah, we ate an entire vending machine of like I don't know if anyone's ever done that, but like just in a couple of days, because we're just trapped in this lodge in the mountains with this with Heine, this crazy filmer from Oregon. It's like getting in avalanches, and we're like new to Mac Dog. It was kind of wild.
And we got spooked, and then we just discussed, we're like, dude, the food's gone. We got to get out of here. And we looked up.
Didn't we Greyhounded out of there to get the hell out of there?
Yeah, we boogied that morning, got on a Greyhound, didn't even tell Heine we were leaving. We got roadkill jerky at the train station or bus station, and then chewed on, gnawed on that the whole way home, and just bailed on the whole thing, dude.
No vending machine, no go.
We out. So it was a good one of our first kind of bail stories.
I mean, there's the other one too. I think Heine's involved in this one too, right? The plane one.
Yeah, he's kind of like a common denominator.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so.
Why don't you tee that one up quick, JP?
I mean, we'd get calls from Heine all the time to come film up at like Mount Hood Meadows or maybe Timberline when it was supposedly good. And a lot of times it would get up there and it wasn't good. And I think we kind of got tired of that song and dance, like it's going to be good up here, come. Because I think, Kurt was motivated and wanted to film, but if he didn't have anybody to film, he couldn't do it. And there was no dudes locally, I think, really filming for MDP. So we were kind of his guys, I think he just calls us and telling us to come up there, like me, Jeremy, and LeBlanc. This is when we all lived together, and we're just we're peeping weather. We pretty know the vibe on the Pacific Northwest by now. It's no secret. Shit's gray all the time, and I mean, I don't even know if we hit him with the ultimatum, but what did we do?
No, they just convinced us to get on the plane.
Yeah.
And so but it was rain. Like there was rain in the forecast, and we were just like, dude, we're not buying it. And they just
he might have even
somehow convinced us.
He might have defaulted to our TM and got them involved to get us to pull trigger. Like I'm going to call Ruff and get him to get you guys to get up there. So we kind of got forced onto the plane. I'm saying.
No, I remember that right, actually.
And then what happened?
Well, then we get off at PDX and like we walk down and like go to the baggage carousel and get our bags, and we walk outside and just like peek outside of the little like terrace to see the sky, and the sky is gray. So we just like 180, get on the escalator, go back up to departures and rebook and fly home back to Salt Lake. We
left Mikey to rent.
Yeah,
car.
Mikey stayed. I think he might actually went up and got something for his part.
Up. Yeah, him and Richards both clipped that trip.
But we were just bitter like that, where we're just like, don't yank our chain to come up there and film. I think we were like, my idea was like, Kurt, you're bored and want somebody to play with, like, and you're doing it on our dime, kind of. So yeah, we did what they said. We got up there, but then it was gray, so we're just gonna go back.
and that was that era where like, you know, Heine and Steffi too were phoning us and being like, yo, dude, we got this like 20-foot Wu-Tang rail off of a cliff ready to go for you. And we're just like, so sometimes that's kind of what we were going to be showing up to. Like, we're like, dude, what kind of circus act are we going to show up to now for the progression of this sport? Like, it was in their hands because they just come up with something and build it and hope someone would write it, you know? And so,
I mean, this is the same guy that built the gloves. I mean, all love to Heine. Like he's an awesome shooter and one of the best follow cammers there ever was.
And someone you should probably have on this cast.
We'd love that.
Yeah. So shout out Heine, but it's like, dude, like what? I think it was I think kind of for Ross and Kurt, like they were kind of used to actually like building jumps for people. Like they'd set up something for Peter, set up something for Joey, and like have them fly in. But we were always doing our own shit. Like we'd go out here and find our own shit and build. And it was weird for me, when Kurt would want to get involved in like shaping the jump and stuff. I'm like, yeah, throw some bricks on it, but like, what, you're not hitting this, I'm hitting this. And he was a pro snowboarder and he's a good snowboarder, so he knows what he's talking about. But it was just weird. So it's like, I don't want to go up to Timberline and hit some weird thing that you've made, especially if it's going to be gray. So I'm going back home.
This is actually kind of interesting because, you know, back to the first time we ever shot with Peter Line and that jump, you know, I described some of those details in building that jump. Me and JP had, like, for it to give you what you want, to get what you want, build it like this. And Pete never had that. He just hit things, and if someone patted something down, then whatever, it was patted down. He'd hit it, and then he'd hit it again, no matter what the rut looked like or anything, right? And so Kurt bringing Pete up, consider all of those things. So Kurt's like, he's a perfectionist about the way he wants to shape things. Pete doesn't care. He's like, this is someone building a free jump for me.
Yeah.
So he's hopping on that train as much as he can. And so that's how they kind of got this runway to just build whatever they wanted, because the feedback wasn't there of like, no, do this different. They would just ride whatever these guys would build. And we were just so different than that. And at Hood, when we launched Forum 2 seasons ago, me and Pete are building a jump, and I had invited Heine up. And Pete's like getting mad at me. He's like, wait till Heine gets here. Like, he's the jump builder. And I'm all, dude, I can easily hold a match to Heine's jump building now. And I'm like talking all this smack because I can, you know? And I'm like, Heine taught me all sorts of stuff, but he taught it to me 30 years ago, and I kept going with it. Like, you just watched. So trust me, this will be good. And when Heine shows up, he's going to be like, who built this? Like, you did a good job. And Heine showed up, and guess what he said? I did a good job. And I'm like, I like a good Pete, you know, and I'm all seated. I'm as good as Heine now, you know? And Heine's like, yeah, maybe. But that was just funny, you know, 30 years later, like Heine still has that same, like, he wants that thing perfect.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And it's so cool.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I would just say I heard rumors before we ever shot with Heine that he got in like a big fight with Terry on that ASI quarter pipe about how the vert should be on it and stuff like that. So that there's just history there with it all, but it's like that runs into two stubborn handrailers from Salt Lake that don't want to film in the gray, so we're going home.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember watching videos. There was a shift at a certain point in time. When you look at the early videos, jumps were a mound of snow, and then at some point, the like people just shoveling snow into a mound and flying off a jump turned into like a well-shaped cheese wedge. Were you guys there for that kind of evolution? Do you remember when that started switching?
Oh, like when you're like, I'm gonna tune the sides up and make it look all
just
pretty.
cutting blocks instead of just shoveling snow.
I mean, Robot Food really, I would say, started cutting the blocks to the point where they kind of showcased it in videos. Like you would actually see that action happening, where before not as much, and maybe not as much like science to kind of stack in it. But I would say Robot Food really kind of got that block science going and important. And then from my perspective at Burton, like going on these trips with Blotto, and once that stacking started happening, like there was very much like a method to it because he was so about the photo. And this, I always appreciated this from some of our discussion earlier, like it's about the look. And so don't just like mash out everywhere and dig snow from anywhere. Like dig snow from where it makes sense, because if you can get an above shot and this thing's like cut out all dope, it's more likely going to run than not, you know? And if it's all boot packed everywhere and looks all messy, doesn't really matter what trick you did. And so like Blotto was huge in that, and I always thought that was sick. And so we'd call it manicuring and like pimping the jump, and we'd do it even in the street, like mound it all up, get it all solid, and then come in after, even after the run-in started, even after a couple goes have happened, it's like once the photo and the film clip's about to happen, let's make sure this thing looks tight, chisel the sides.
Word.
Keep it chiseled.
Yeah, keep it chiseled.
Yeah, I like that.
I think it's sick.
Not to throw my boy under the bus, but the antithesis of that is when you're building a jump with Joe Sexton.
Oh yeah,
totally.
And you're putting snow in one area, and if you pay attention, he's just taking that same snow that you're putting over there and putting it somewhere else. He's probably a lot better at it now, but
no, he's not. He never got good at shoveling. I'm gonna go with that.
He'd be good to film with Heine. Heine could just wing it up for him.
Yeah. He's a good pretend shoveler.
Yeah, he is.
It's good to joke with him.
You don't see a lot of him on wedges these days. He's kind of
he's got wedge skills though if he wants it.
He's got good jump skills. He's more into the rail when you pull up. And it looks almost undoable, and you're going to be there for a very, very long time, and nobody else in the crew wants you to be hitting that rail.
That's when his heart flutters with excitement.
It is. That's when he settles in. That's a good time, though. Yeah. I love those sessions. Yeah. We all have learned to respect it.
Word.
Are you sure you want to hit this, Joe?
All right.
Are you sure? All right,
Let me run to the store.
Guest question from Chad Denena. Here we go.
Hello, Bombhole listeners, and a special hello to you, JP and Jeremy. This is Chad Denena calling from Nixon HQ with a question for you. When it came to creating the invite list to the Nixon Jib Fest, and with only 12 riders selected each year, who gave you the most grief or guilt to be invited to the event? Good luck with that one.
I mean, I think we both kind of know who might fit that category.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few of them, but I think, do you want to say it or do you want me to?
Yeah, you can say it.
I mean,
I'll chime in.
I'm going to go with Todd, first of all.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Todd Richards.
Yeah, he really wanted to be in that. Actually, he came and poached at one point.
And he also, like...
Yeah.
But we also ended up letting him come in, too. Yeah. So he was, like, kind of the funny one, but the serious one... I mean, I have, too. I'm not sure which one you're thinking of, but... Danny Davis was the most pissed that I remember.
Okay. I'm not totally with you on that one, but so you go on that one. I'll go on the other one.
I mean, that's all. He would just fight for a minute, and I would always joke, and I don't know how much he knows of this, and this will probably, like, sting pretty hard to a few people, but, like, I always joked that the reason Peace Park started was because Danny never got his invite to Nixon Jib Fest.
Yeah.
And so he had to just create his own, too.
Yeah. I think it was hard for guys that were on Nixon, like him and Todd, that we weren't technically we were not inviting, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like, what do you mean I'm on Nixon? It's like, yeah, but you don't get down like this. Like a lot of the guys that we invited didn't ride for Nixon. It was just me, you, and Dave, basically. And Bozung, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, rails was the main thing. It was about being a rail rider, you know, not a pipe guy, not a jump guy, a rail guy.
I think Chris Ingelsman really wanted to come to some of the Jib Fest, and I think I had an idea that like I wasn't really down for him clicking into the Jib Fest with his setup.
Yeah.
And I think we even maybe saw him like lurking in the trees or passing by when we were having it like at Summit on some of those years. And we actually eventually did invite him to come to it because he is a good snowboarder and a good rail rider. I think for me back then, I was going back to this aesthetics thing. It's the whole kit. It's not just like, do you have skills on a feature? It's like, how does it look? How does your whole kit look? What's the whole vibe? Because we're trying to... It was kind of a risk for us to do that contest and especially produce the video around it. So it's like we want it to look and be a certain way. And I think for me, if I'm imagining like someone doesn't fit into that, and it's a limited space, then I don't want them to be part of it. So, and when he came, I think he actually got like second place.
Yeah, he killed it
because he rips, you know.
And then I mean, just to go back to that point of look and style, you know, like clickers were clickers then. They weren't step-ons then. They were clickers, and they looked so whack, dude. And you know. To E-Tree's defense, like people the seamstress weren't cutting pants long enough, dude. So clicker was fully exposed, and so that actually was a thing in terms of how's the footage going to look in this thing. And we like you said, it wasn't a personal thing against Chris ever. And when he came, he showed his cards, and he's like, "All right, you're not going to invite me for the first couple of years. Well, here I am, like pay up now because I'm on the podium." And I thought that was sick. And Jeffy Anderson was another like example of that. Really good rail rider, actually, and actually really dope stees. But he had a stee that wasn't quite fitting into what we were trying to accomplish at the time. You know, his jacket open, but then same thing when he showed up and rode with that style and that kind of confidence, it fit awesome, and it made the whole thing like better and allowed us to see that like how we can grow this thing. And so when we revisited Jib Fest years later, like we took a pause and then revisited again, and the rider list was just different. We were able to tap in differently because our perspective had changed, and I think that was a pretty cool like evolution of that.
Absolutely. And I think talking about being, you know, at the time, I think this happens especially when you're younger and you care so much about the tricks and how they look and the spot and your leading progression. And it's like you guys are hyper judgmental of yourselves and how the spot looks and how the tricks looks. This isn't good enough. This isn't the right spot. This isn't up to standard. And so you're naturally, if you're that hypercritical judging yourself, you're naturally going to judge others too.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, it's a full projection. Like I can't be looking like that, or that I'm just going to have to perish if I look like that.
Yeah. But then it's fun. You realize, okay, if I judge myself, as you judge yourself less as you get older, you judge others less.
For sure, yeah.
It's just a mirror.
It is a mirror, yeah. It's something like, I don't know if this fits, but it's the idea of like, if like maybe these stories that I say to myself, like super harsh and judgmental, if like someone else was saying that to me, like I wouldn't be that person's friend, but I'm the one actually saying it to myself. I don't know if that
100%
goes, but yeah.
I feel like it's a common theme with greats too.
Word.
You know, I just think it's really common. We have another Patreon question from Richard. He wants to know, Jeremy Jones, are you still riding step-ons?
No. Do you want me to elaborate?
Nope. That's a simple answer. We got another Patreon question from Patreon member Seth Hewitt. What's your favorite Brandon Bybee story? El Champion Burrito, ? Chest waxing, ?
Why don't
both good.
why don't I know the champion burrito one?
The burrito in Big Bear.
Oh yeah.
And you get to eat if you
Did he
eat
eat
like
that?
I think he tried and then he maybe threw up or something. I don't know
That's what Seth told me.
Yeah, he was close. I think he maybe got it all in, is what it was, and then
got it in,
and then he threw it up and he couldn't get the reward or something on the wall, and he was super pissed. I think my favorite one's him jumping off lifts, because that, like jumping off a Crest chair at Brighton.
Mm-hmm.
Literally before you go into the trees to up Hollywood in that flat section, it's really
pretty
tall.
high, yeah.
And he just hit that one once because Mikey threw $100 at it, or $300.
Did he?
$100 or $300. Don't quote me on either ones, but it wasn't more than 300. And he said, "I'll give you that if you jump right now."
And he like jumped before
and he was
Mike
like,
even finished his
"Really?"
sentence. I
Screamed
think,
real high pitched. "Really?" Yep. Woof. And he was off and just backflopped in those flats. Like, and it was POW. There was like 2 or 3 feet of snow, but it was a thump and like just put a big hole. He was fine, but that's
Legendary.
a good. I mean, there's so many Brandon ones. That dude's just a character. He's on one.
Going back to gambling, you talked about giving him $300 or whatever. You guys used to play some high stakes CeeLo games back in the day, from what I've been told.
Yeah, unfortunately. Not unfortunately. I learned a lot of life lessons, I think, that have done well for me in that. Yeah, those forum tours, I think maybe in Europe is where they started.
I think Europe, because for whatever reason, if the money doesn't look what you're familiar with, then it must not be real.
Yeah, good point.
And that can easily transition to like a credit system, which is, I kind of think, what happened.
Yeah, we ended up running up credit, and Travis Wood, myself, JP, BJ was a high stakes player.
I mean, everyone was rolling dice.
Everyone was in.
Just rolling CeeLo and craps and stuff. But like you and Bjorn got in deep pretty far with Travis.
Yeah, way too much. I mean, I lost like 17K, and I think BJ lost like 11. We told. I spoke.
And I think he made you guys a deal, because I think he actually owed him more, and he cut you guys like a rate.
Yeah, I cut 17. I think it was down from 24.
Yeah.
Or maybe even like 27K, and he lopped like 10 off.
Yeah.
Like, it was pretty big, but anyway, it was. Yeah, I remember paying that. Veronica was pissed. She was really pissed at Travis.
She paid it out of your salary.
Yeah, it got cut out of your check.
Yeah, no, I actually wrote a check.
Oh, you wrote a check.
I actually wrote the check.
Oh, yeah. I thought maybe
I think
Bjorn's
BJ's got cut out of his check.
Yeah.
What did the thing on the check say for what it's for? Gambling debts?
I mean, I don't know what it said, but
I'm sure I should pull that one up. I haven't thought about that.
Yeah. It would be like, okay, like 20 rolling was like the theme, like 20 rolling, 20 rolling, and then it's suddenly somebody's like 200 down. It's like, okay, 200 on this one, and then when you're just saying the numbers and you're not actually like putting the money out, it just gets out of control so fast, and that's what was happening. And next thing you know, it's like 1,000 rolling, like 2,000 rolling, and it's gone that quick. But
gambling on credit.
Gambling on credit, yeah, it's not
rad.
It's not a good look.
Not rad, especially if you plan to pay up.
Yeah.
Could have had a couple more, features on that pool in your backyard, Jones. That
Dude,
17K.
Yeah.
I'd definitely have my sauna finished by now for sure.
That's amazing. Yeah, I think that's interesting to hear. I'd love whenever you hear like, oh, Michael Jordan went, he was golfing and they were playing, $10,000 a hole gambling. You're like, insane.
Yeah. And they're probably playing it with cash on table, which is actually the way to do it. If you're going to do it,
I think
that's like the safest.
That was the
play.
rule after, you got to have the money like on the table to play this, because it just gets way too crazy.
We tried everything to not pay that, but we had to man up.
Well, this is a good time to talk about. I've been kind of thinking about this a bit, thinking about you guys, and I don't know if it's safe to say, like, you guys were on a huge pedestal, right? You guys were treated like treated like divas as pros, put on a pedestal, and you guys, it seemed like you owned it at the time. You're buying plane tickets, you're turning around, you're like, fuck this, I'm going home. You know what I mean? Like, there's some prima donna action that was happening right at that peak, being on that stage and being that guy and being, kind of idolized in some ways. But it's just kind of crazy to think about how life has this bizarre way of kicking you in the balls. And if you think about your guys' both of your journeys, I've been thinking about, you know, the conversation leading up to this point of just like, you guys are just larger than life, most insane pro career. And then both of you at pretty similar time frames, your worlds got turned upside down. And I would love to just kind of lean into both of that, maybe to provide some context, you know, Roberta, for you going into a coma and all that stuff, and you breaking both your legs in that avalanche. And it was like a full 180, you know, like a lot of times the people that you're describing in these stories, I'm like, these aren't the guys that I'm sitting next to now, the way the way you guys handle yourselves. And so I would love to hear you guys kind of elaborate about the life lessons that you learned from these trials and tribulations.
Oh man. Yeah, I mean, I'll start. JP, just chime in if you want to take it on a lane, just grab it and we'll move through it. Cause it is a lot of different phases, and you come into things, you know, when they challenge you, the only thing you can dip to is your experiences, you know, and how you handled yourself in those, what they looked like. And we were larger than life, like for a long time. And, you know, we positioned ourselves, we protected ourselves, I feel like, with however we could kind of pat ourselves up from anything external coming at us. And then we also delivered. And so we felt okay about, like, you know, you describe it as prima donna, and that's like a, you know, to me, an attitude that people take on, where they feel like they deserve something, you know, and they're owed it, or when they're getting it, they're not appreciative, kind of, and it can look like that for sure. But we knew we had earned it. We knew we had done the work, and we knew what was coming, and so we had a lot of like comfort in that space. But then when that really just gets ripped out from under you, and it can happen in a number of ways. Like mine was a little bit tiered. It happened with a sponsorship dropping, and then not having the ability to move straight into a video project, and things just sort of became really difficult because I didn't have the support. And so, all right, now I'm a little more on my own. I've got to rely on piggybacking on these different elements of my crews and my network to kind of pull something off. And when you're in that phase, it's not a feeling of success. It's a feeling of grind again, you know? And so a bit of it's like stripped back, and you're like, all right, I've been here before. I know what this is like. And then I got in the avalanche, and I was broke off. And that was really just a big changing point where now you just really got to look at this different. And I was forced into a level of humility with that thing that I wasn't expecting, because really just with the GoFundMe that Brock set up, because in concept and confidence in my life and where my position was, I thought that was like the most ridiculous ask for someone. Like, don't go to other people for your thing. Like, I just locked in health insurance, you know, a week before, and some things were going to be covered. I wasn't making any money, so things were going to be difficult, you know, but I was like, I don't know, I was just like, you do this, like, this is people that neglect, like, dealing with shit. And I just saw that different, and I changed my tune on it because of the way people responded to it. Like, Brock put that up against my will. It was one of the things I asked not to do, and also one of the things I became very appreciative of, because it gave people an opportunity to contribute and feel like they were a part of, like, getting me back on my feet. And these were a lot of these people are people that were influenced by the earlier parts of our career with Forum and these tours and that bigger than life perspective. And I couldn't do anything except sit there. And so I'm starting to read these comments, like hundreds of comments on this GoFundMe page, and I'd tap out immediately, and my wife would just keep reading because I'd just be sobbing. What, like, you know, people putting, literally like donating $1, you know, all I got's $1, or all I got's $5. Like, I hope it helps. And, you know, first of all, everyone that donated, like, thank you again. You know, let me just say that. I try to say that as much as I can, but I mean, that thing raised $60,000 for me. Like, that survived my family for that year. I paid most of my, you know, hospital bills at the time. I paid my heli flight. Like, I was able to cover those expenses. I was able to pay some bills without income coming in. I didn't have to tap into my own savings too hard, you know, and that was, I mean, that was humbling. That was like actually starting over in so many ways. And then that became extremely terrifying because I was 40 years old. And the only thing I'd thought about up until that point was, like, when I turn 40, I'm going to drop the sickest video part, and it's going to come out as like a 40-year-old video part. It's going to be 40 tricks or whatever. Like, I had like a plan, you know. I talked it through with filmers. Like, it was like in the works, you know, and not going to happen now, and maybe never, and well, certainly not a 40-year-old. We're 8 years past it now, you know. And so, yeah, it was, you know, I don't even know if I answered the question. I just think those, you know, the person that sits here today is so different. I mean, I'm an old man that's been broken so many times and rebuilt just as many, you know, and I'll continue to do it. Like, I'm still here. I've got like people that depend on me, and I don't know, I'm not afraid of that, but it was humbling, you know, like, to watch your friends keep doing it too, you know, and your brain doesn't shut off. Like, you can still do it in your head even though you can't walk. And I'm like, I can do that. And it's like, no, dude, you can't. You actually can't even like strap in. And yeah, I can. I can do it. I can do this. And that's the hardest part, is just like, I was just deep, dude. I was deep, and JP was too. He'll speak to it. But like, there was no one to talk to, dude. There was no one like as deep as we were into this like film and video parts. And so it became like a, you know, very isolated. I won't say alone, because I could always tap into my resources of energy, and that was, you know, JP, my other good friends, my family. Like, I could always go to them and be like, yo, I'm dying here, you know, and they were there for me, but I always called it just the dog that goes to the woods to die alone. Like, it really felt like that for me for probably 5 years after that accident. Like, I feel like I'm maybe now recovered from that state of mind, but it took a minute. And yeah, that was a big rebuild, like an entire character and life rebuild. And my kids were in the prime of their life at the time, and I couldn't walk, you know, and they were in their like spongiest years of teenage years, and needed me. So that was like, I don't know, how do you be a crippled and be the father that you want to be the friend that you want to be, and the snowboarder that you once were, or the snowboarder that you feel like you're capable of now? Not what you once were, but more just like, I just want to be a snowboarder again, you know? That was like hugely motivating. And so, yeah, I mean, it broke me for sure. It broke a lot of things in me. JP's, you know, I'll turn it over to him now, but his experience followed mine by about 1.5 years. And, you know, as a friend and as JP's family, like I went right into watching that, you know, and that was like both the worst and the best because there was experience to share that was equally as intense on some levels, you know, and for him to feel that, I think is important. For him to have someone, you know, not knowing what was going on in his processing, like to stew certain things down and be like, yo, dude, I've walked that lane before. I know exactly what I had planned in my mind in that scenario, you know, and it's very dark and similar to the one that you just discussed. So I'm with you in this, you know, and I think that was huge. And it was like rewarding and painful all at the same moment, actually. So yeah, that was still recovering, still trying to be a better person because of it. And, you know, a better friend, a better participant in snowboarding. I still want to be there. And yeah, things are different. I mean, our discussions are different, and our skating's different, our snowboarding's different, our hanging out is different. And I mean, better than it's ever been, I would say. Like, it's definitely like our time together is very much like not taken advantage of. And I feel like we both appreciate even just the littlest times that we do. So, you know, hindsight again, like if you choose, the things are going to be better because of what you're dealt, you know? And I believe that. And if someone else believes different, like I'm just going to make it that way for me.
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, thanks for listening.
Yeah, dude, that was intense for me to listen to.
Your turn.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, dude. It's been so crazy. It just feels all like so overwhelming right now. Like I think at a certain point I kind of had my whole idea about my own trauma around this stuff like pretty well packaged up, but I think, you know, and I've said to you, you know, just like seeing what you had gone through, like that's had an impact on me for sure. And so I've kind of said it before, like, you know, I'm in this like trauma sandwich between like you and Roberta.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So and so I don't know like I don't know like physically what it's like for you or Roberta, you know. And yeah, just I know that this has had like a crazy impact on me. So what was the question?
I mean, there wasn't really a question. It was more,
it's just
how have you guys grown from these experiences?
Yeah.
I think is really the underlying.
I mean,
question.
yeah. Thanks for that. Whoa, I think. I mean, I've had so many opportunities for growth since all this has happened. Like, that's kind of what I've been doing. Like, I do therapy and personal growth and dance, and I sprinkle in snowboarding and skating at this point, you know? So that's kind of the spaces I'm occupying. And, you know, I wish I could have, I'm enjoying that, and I wish I could have got there a different way. because I do like kind of all this self-awareness I have about myself and the way that I'm showing up in relationships that are important to me. And you know, I'm even doing some internships at that Haven place where I go and get support. Like, so I'm going there and assisting the facilitators in a support role, and that's really challenging for me, but it's cool to just fill my capacity for this kind of feeling and like other people's feelings and trauma like expand, you know? And I would have said I've got pretty good at that, but I'm like, just after hearing you talk, Jeremy, I think I'm just kind of launched a little bit, you know? Even though like I obviously saw so much of that, and it's not new information really, just maybe just hearing you share. I guess I'm like touched by that, so.
Thanks for saying that.
And I don't need you to do anything with that. I just wanted to say that, you know.
Yeah, no, I have a thought around just the you know, the self-awareness and tied, you know, it keeps replaying in my head, Chris, you just saying, you know, the people that sit here today are different than the stories that you're telling, you know, and first of all, it's actually a huge compliment. At least for me, I take that
intended as that,
and I take it as that. So thank you. It's not easy, you know, and you've had people talk on here before that have gone through different levels of therapy and trauma and things too that have really just shaped their lives, you know. And usually it's for the better. Usually that's sort of the end cap. And I just, you know, to be able to have the space and vulnerability, really, to not build such a thick, like, hive of workers hovering around me to protect me, you know, is actually pretty freeing. You know, that has been one of the biggest rewards from this, is to be able to, I never felt good in that position, you know, I enjoyed the times, no question, but the feeling of people like worshiping me, you know, when it felt like that, like that was super uncomfortable, and wanting to, you know, be in that light and shine. Like, that was an uncomfortable position. Like, that's why I liked filming so much, because you could hide behind the camera. You could hide behind crowds of people. You didn't have to be there in front. And so I kind of feel like I finally got to that space, you know, and it feels pretty sick to be there and look at it different, look at it as like, oh yeah, those kids were high on life, you know, they were living it up and doing good. And I don't know, now, yeah, I'm just, I don't know. You don't want to be seen sometimes, but I want to share my knowledge when I can and where I can, where I think it can be helpful. So again, I'm kind of find myself in the same predicament. It's like, I want people to hear this, and I want to share, and I want people to grow, and maybe something I say can do that. And so again, I put myself in front of people sometimes, and I don't want to be there.
Well, going back to you know, what we said earlier, I just this keeps coming back, so I'm just gonna take it there. But I think about, you know, with this show, with the way we're raised, and I've always idolized you guys and still do to this day. And I've always come here to like celebrate greatness on our snowboards. You know, I think that's what a lot of what this show is about, is to celebrate greatness in snowboarding and like let the passion pour out and just let people sink their teeth into it and love snowboarding, love the culture and love the community. And it's interesting, like as I've gotten older, sometimes like you see people that do great things on their snowboard, but their process of getting there, they're fucking miserable. You know, I've been with friends and I've done it myself where it's just like you got the great trick, but the whole fucking experience was just a fucking nightmare, right? And I think about when I go up to the spot with you these days, and we're up there, and dude, you are your true self at the spot. Like your entire being is excited to snowboard. You're joking, you're having fun. You're like, today I'm gonna backlip this bitch or whatever the trick is, and it's like you doing a backlip that's like with the way that your legs work and your mind and it's significantly more difficult than, you know, probably was 10 years ago before your legs got all fucked up. And like you doing that backlip fucking means more, and there's like more excitement and more shit radiating off you of just like pure joy than if you just back 1080 Chad's gap or whatever, right? And it's like that, just he who enjoys the experience the most kind of wins. You know, and I think that that's something I've learned in my older age, and it radiates off of you is your passion, your love for snowboarding, and that's infectious. And so it's kind of crazy that it took this fucking crazy road to get there, but it's like the end result is beautiful from my perspective.
Well, thank you. I mean, that's, again, a huge compliment. I love to hear it. I love the spot. I love being there. I do.
Yeah, I'm with you in that. I'm kind of to what you're saying about like, I had a strange experience at this spot the other day where I was trying to do this switch nose press, and I caught myself just in this, a full pattern just because I've done it so many times, and I was doing it. And this all happened in like the split second of just strapping in. I was like, "Okay, you're just unconsciously moving through these movements in your pattern that you've had forever. Okay, that's all right." And then the other thing I was doing was like, I need to get a clip to make this form announcement. So like that was kind of energizing me too. And then I was like, okay, well, what if like, that's how I used to do stuff and it was super helpful. But what if like I just got out of all those stories and kind of tried to come down into here and see like, do I even actually want to do this? Because I haven't been snowboarding a ton lately. So like switch nose press for me is a little bit scary right now. And I was like, oh, like, yeah, I want to do this for me, not all these other reasons that kind of get built in. I think those type of reasons make for the miserable experiences that you might be talking about other people having and have for me in the past. And it's like, no, I'm going to go from here, you know? And then I dropped in and did it next time. And I might have got it anyway, but it was rad to feel it like from that place. That's the old Mitch's backyard place, instead of the like striving, I got to do stuff, I got to get ready for my next video part, like the pressure area. So I didn't think that dipping back into that type of, I'm just going to call it Mitch's backyard energy was doable for me. I thought that had come and gone with all these video parts and all scaring the shit out of myself on all these things over the years. But to like go back and do that, and I'm up there with you and everybody else, and it's just like, it's just cool to know that there's not a way back, but like a way forward. That kind of sounded corny.
No, it didn't. And the switch nose press was goddamn beautiful too.
Yeah.
Maybe the intention showed through the trick.
Yeah, it's been feeling, or I've been feeling different, like up there riding, just because of where it's coming from. Because before it was maybe almost like a place of desperation, like I need to get these tricks because I'm going to be hitting the streets soon and shit's going to be getting real. So it's like that I can still have a ton of fun up there doing that, but it's coming from a different place than it just like, you know, I'm seeing like Jeremy and Seth are fucking killing it up there. Like they're like levels further than me, like trick wise. And it's like, normally I would be like, I got to get on their level or caught up, but it's just like, no, like what feels good right now for me.
And go ahead.
And just that's like, I think that's an important kind of lesson in place and thing for me to check in with, like just right now and kind of moving forward is like what feels good for me rather than what do I think I should be doing or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just echo that and add for the record, like me and Seth need those days because when he shows up, like he's capable of doing a switch nose press third try, and I don't even attempt those, even when I'm warm. And it's like a dream trick of mine, you know, because so I'm just like it's what he describes is so cool because for the longest time, I say 30 years, but just exaggerating it a little bit, but for the longest time, like that was the mode. Like we're behind. You always appreciated what people were doing, but anything over what you had just done was behind because that's how fast progression is and was at the time. And now to go up there and have all the dust box kids up there just like from the jump, dude, they're like hard way 270ing that thing. And I'm like, it's all right. I'm just going to board slide this thing. And I'm comfortable in that space. You know, the clean board slide matters to me. And then you learn that it matters to them too, you know? And I think that was a cool realization. If we could have had that early on in our heyday, it would have changed the way you approach things when it's a little less like, all right, everyone's going to appreciate it as long as I'm in here and I'm like showing love and I'm here for the right reasons and I'm not annoying and I'm part of this whole thing. Like people appreciate the efforts. They appreciate good snowboarding, you know, even the ones that want to be the best, you know, like riding with Pat Fava up there is insane right now. Like the kid, I mean, I do one board slide and then one front board and he's already gone like 10 times and done 10 tricks that I can't and will not ever do, actually. And that's insane. And to see that progression and just like, man, you know, them doing a cab, like, what do you even call them anymore? Like hardway cab, like a hardway cab 2 or whatever. Yeah. Like him doing that is as difficult and as important as me doing my board slide in that session. Like that's what he needs to put himself in the position to chase whatever it is he's chasing that day, you know? And so the discrepancy in those levels, I think it's amazing. Like, and then to be there is that much more amazing. And just be like, dude, I've seen this at this level and feel it at this level. And now to like be a part of it still and see it at this level right in front of me, it's like, it's pretty special. And you couldn't do that without our timestamp, you know, it just wouldn't exist. So that I feel really lucky.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Word.
Beautiful. I love this topic. I kind of want to lean into it some more too, because thinking about, I like the conversation kind of around like intention behind tricks and intention. Snowboard philosophy. We'll call it snowboard philosophy because it's a fun. It's fun. It's a fun topic, and you can see where people are coming from. Like when you talk about like, oh, I mean, we gotta do these tricks so I can keep up. Like, you know, behind that is probably a little bit of fear. And like when you're coming out of fear, you're a little bit, you know, behind, like you're going to be a little more tight. You're going to be a little bit more stressed. You're going to be, and then I think about certain snowboarders when they really look like they're really loving their experience. It's a little bit more like magic. It's a little bit more free flowing. I can think of, you know, some riders that come to mind in that. Like I think about like Nicholas Mueller in his prime, you know, or, you know, old Gigi footage brings me that kind of feel. Or there's a lot of like people, or even Mike Rav. If you watch Rav snowboard in person, it's just like the joy is pouring out of him. Or you guys right now snowboarding with you guys, I feel that, you know, and And it's cool to just, never had any fucking awareness of any of this stuff when we were younger, just got to do the best trick. It's the only thing that matters. You got to do the best trick you can do today.
Yeah.
But now it's cool. We're fucking snowboarders. We're talking about feelings and like, intention and shit. And fucking 21-year-old self would beat the shit out of me.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like the dudes that got off the airplane would not and went back and just flew home would not be stoked on this talking about board slides and switch nose presses are good enough. You know what I mean? Because and it's cool that at least for me to have experienced that whole range this far of like. I'm not regretful about any of that, like that attitude or prima donna or entitlement. Like that was dope to run that and like flex like that. Mm-hmm. And here's where I'm at now. I was grateful then. I'm grateful now. Maybe I have a deeper appreciation for things, but it's like, it's not to say like, the younger me to say, well, where I am at now, that's lame, and vice versa. Like where I was then was lame. It's the whole package,
Yeah.
Yeah.
The experience we call life.
Yeah. I mean, you can only get to where you're at by doing what you did, Otherwise, it'd be different. So regret's kind of a rough one to have.
Yeah.
Don't have it.
What a fun wormhole. Okay. This is a question that Chad Denena sent me in a list of kind of topics that I thought was interesting. I can't take credit for this, but what do you guys think the recipe for longevity is in snowboarding?
I don't know. I mean, I can only say for me, but like for sure, like support, like outside support has been major to have sponsors and people like holding me down and having my back. But I think, it's pretty high impact, so like taking care of yourself and that kind of stuff is important. And like, I think even maybe for me as competitive or, competitive with myself and trying to progress and stuff, like still, like there was always still a place of like, genuine desire for what I wanted to do. I think if it had transformed into a fully like this is what I need to do, then it would have been a lot shorter experience. So I don't know, at genuine desire and compassion and support and like some bit of self-compassion or taking care of yourself. I don't know.
Great answer.
Yeah, assuming all of this actually was a plan, then taking care of yourself is like the best thing, and we did that just naturally. Like we just wanted to wrap it up as soon as we could so we could go back and sleep so we could get started the next day. Not even so much to get the sleep. We just wanted to get to the next day and get started filming, and so we love that. I think, sorry, bring me back in. What was the question?
Like longevity.
Longevity. I think ultimately, though, it just became like I just wanted this more than anything else especially once it happened. Like once I saw it and it was happening, I was just like, dude, this is my lane. And I'm running this literally until the wheels fall off. And I don't know how vocal I was or honest I was to myself about that at the time, but that's really what it was. Like I was all in until it was done, and I didn't have room for other stuff. Like I can see it now, like some things that had been nice. Like I get so hyped on kids now because I'm like, dang, dude, they like seem so capable. They can have like 3 or 4 lanes that they're focused on, and however they process that is up to the individual, some better than others, but for me it was one lane, like one lane snowboarding, and even inside that it was one lane. Like I'm hitting all my rails and then I'm hitting all my jumps, and then all the jumps turn off and we start skateboarding, and then skateboarding slows down and we start training a little bit. Like it was very much like modes, and like JP said, it back then it was gutting the house and throwing down a dance floor in every single room because I'm all in.
Yeah.
Like every mode was that.
Yeah. Yeah, for me it was like, if it's not gonna help me move forward in my snowboarding, I'm eliminating it from my lifestyle. Like that kind of hardcore about it.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I would say like to anyone pursuing like a professional snowboarding or like high demanding sports like that, probably don't do any like inner reflection, self-awareness work till later, because you might find out you're okay without all that, and which was what happened for me, you know. So that could definitely, you know, not saying that it would end it, but that if I had done that a while ago, it might have, you know, cut my snowboarding short in a bit of ways, because I might not have had such a crazy energy running to drive me to do all this stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's not normal to, especially back in the early 2000s, to like get on a plane to Chicago to go look for handrails because you heard they got a snowstorm. You know, it's like that's some next level kind of obsession, compulsion, passion shit.
Yeah.
There's, you know, we do look at the negatives of like what drives, if you really peel the layers back of like what's the driving force of obsession and those things, and it can be unhealthy, but it's also beautiful too.
Yeah.
Like when you see a master their craft, or you just see, you know, people that are really tuned in, and it's like fucking magic watching people on a snowboard like that.
Agreed.
And speaking of longevity, check under your seat, Jeremy. Tape to the bottom of your seat.
Hell yeah.
That's amazing. Do I got to thank Chad for that?
Yes, you do.
Thanks, Chad. I'm going to pop top right now.
Would you say nerd ropes are the key to longevity in a
Nerd ropes. And I mean, I'm 100 in that. You guys want to share? It's a Christmas one. Did you buy this on Discount Rack?
Yeah. You know, Jules got that. I don't know where she got it from.
I'll still take
Dollar
it.
store.
Thanks, Chad.
Thank you. You want any of this?
I'm good, thank you.
JP actually takes care of himself.
My grill is too in a state of
He just
disrepair.
had surgery. That's amazing.
You know, one observation I've had, JP, is like listening to you talk. You know, I feel like you feel your feels. You know, you're cracked open, so to speak. Like emotionally, you're feeling things that maybe otherwise might have been bottled up or suppressed. And I see a big, I see a pattern of like a lot of great athletes are really good at compartmentalization. Like I'm sure you probably experienced that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that fits for me for sure. Like, I think since everything that's happened with Roberta and like the kind of healing journey I've been on, I am more open to what's coming up for me. And it's not that it wasn't there before. I think I just wasn't in a place where I could feel it because I was, you know, in the trenches with Jeremy and doing this video part thing. There's not really any space for that. And it's kind of interesting because I just got back from Austria and I met a lot of fans over there, and it was a trip because, you know, I got, you know, how we spoke. I got so much of that kind of energy when we were younger, and at a certain point, it's like you hear it enough, you're kind of numb to it. Like I can only take in so many compliments, and I was also kind of blocking a lot of them because I think my story was, if I start listening to this too much, I'm going to believe my own hype, and then next thing you know, I'm going to be washed up and slipping. So I'll hear it a little bit, but you know, besides that, I'm just professional here to do my thing and be gone. And when I was now that I'm kind of more open, not kind of, but a lot, it was a trip. I was in Austria, and like I had some fans come up to me, except for, you know, that they're older like me, and it's like I'm looking across at this man, and he's old, and he's like sharing with me like how a young kid would used to approach me when I was younger, and it was like I was like hearing it for the first time, like or at least hearing more of it, like actually able to absorb what this person was saying. And I don't know if it was something happened where I was like, I do have an impact. I'm realizing I do have an impact because this isn't just a kid that's excited or maybe had too many nerds ropes or something. Like this is like an adult that's traveled here to see me and wants to meet me. And so just like, I think like having like kind of like a gratitude or something around like still being able to travel and go to these places and experience some of that because I wasn't really open to it before. So it's a kind of a lot. It's like there's only so much I can take in, and I feel myself like getting, I don't know, I guess maybe wanting to cry, or maybe I don't know what it is, but I feel stuff, you know, and I'm so it's
is that
hard.
coming from joy?
Yeah, I guess it's joy, or maybe like acknowledging, or like like actually realizing like the impact that I've had, you know. It's weird because it's easy to, you know, you take a look around, it's pretty easy to see like we've had this impact, but if I'm not letting any of that in, then I'm not being impacted by my own impact. I don't know. I don't even know if that makes sense, but
it makes total sense.
But yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, it was just rad to go. I wasn't looking for that when I went there, but it's like getting some of that was like, whoa, like I'm open to hearing more of this now, and I wasn't before. It's a lot, and it's new, so.
Yeah, I mean, my version of that is very similar. The way I kind of describe it is, you know, the padding that we had built to kind of deflect some of these massive amounts of kind of compliments constantly too. I like the way you said it, of just not believing your own hype. Like, that was important for sure. Like, despite how people viewed us or how we portrayed ourselves in certain things, like, the intent was to never believe your own hype, because that meant that you just capped what you were capable of to us, you know. And now, you know, it is that like middle-aged 40-year-old person that is dropping compliments on you that they've been packing around for 20 years and they've never seen you before, and you get that from them. It can only be that I can look at it at this perspective of being removed, that I can even really appreciate it. I mean, it was always nice to hear those things, but like I said before, it was also kind of uncomfortable because it didn't feel like I accomplished much. And a lot of that is because you just pulled off the thing that was in your head. Like, now we're already on to like the other things, you know? And so you're receiving these compliments and your brain's already like, not that, you're like, no, I haven't even done anything yet. And so it was always weird, and, you know, to allow people to feel like you actually appreciate their comment, I think is easier for me to access right now, because I can view that whole era like almost as if I wasn't a part of it. And cool. And that's really cool. And so I can enjoy these moments with these people when they come up, like JP just described, and you can see it, and you're like, this is sick. It's different than it used to be. And thanks for saying something. I can see, and thanks for your support. You know, that's always kind of where I land. I'm like, well, thanks for watching us through this whole thing and seeing it the way that you did, because we kept going because of that, you know, and that, so it's cool to be able to say that and just, you know, appreciate your love and your support over the years, because it's, you know, the sect has a shirt and it says no one's self-made, and on the back of it, and, you know, it's a Mary Candle graphic holding the kettlebell, and I just think it's so, I mean, that's just the truth. And if you try that on from the jump, like, you can't be anything but humble, because if you can actually recognize that it's not you, Like, you might be the one doing the tricks from the lip to the landing, but you're actually just probably the one. I mean, none of that's even true because everyone supporting you is feeling it too, just different.
Yep.
They're physically feeling you hit that jump and do that performance, like knowing what's at stake for you. And so, yeah, if you claim self-made, like, you're a claimer straight up. It's just not. I don't think it's possible.
My challenge to you is, like, for sure, like, I hear you on the that you're not self-made thing, but to also not diminish your part, like, like hear be able to hear the comment too.
Yeah, and I think that's what I was really getting at is, like, I actually hear them now, and they will, like, you mentioned it. You don't know how to feel. Like, maybe all of a sudden you're like, should I cry? Because I'm actually feeling like I should cry. And then other times you're just like, oh, okay, yeah, I feel that. Like, I've never felt that at a compliment, over that thing. So it's like, oh, yeah, that actually maybe had an impact. I've had 5 people come up to me this week on that same thing. Like, did it get shown on the internet somewhere? Like, you wonder what fueled this sort of energy, but
my guess would be that, like, that's always been there, which has been hard for us to hear it.
Impossible almost to hear.
Good point. Now, I got a hard-hitting question here, JP, and let me provide a little bit of context.
All right.
So, I think about in life, we all have dreams and aspirations. We're all chasing something. For example, I think for all of us, it would be filming the best video part that we could, which might also be connected to getting a good contract, which also might be chasing success financially, status, financial status, social status, personal trick status, or whatever we're chasing. Oh, once I get this job, I'll be happy, or whatever. There's these goals, and a lot of times they aren't connected to happiness. If happiness is your goal, if joy, happiness, peace, as those kind of emotions are your goal, a lot of times the things that we're chasing are no way connected to those things. Now, the journey that you've been on, you have been going deep inward. You do these group therapy, really raw sessions, from what I understand, a lot of other types of progressive therapy, which you can share or not share. And my question is, to sum it all up, are you happier with where you're at in your life right now in terms of just joy, peace, love, and feeling the emotions now, or when you filmed your favorite video part of your career and you're making the most money? Like, at what point in your life are you happier?
Yeah, I think, like, this might be a weird answer, but it's like at those peak snowboard times, like most money video part and all that, kind of what we already just said, I think I was only capable of a certain amount of happiness in there, and it was totally contained to that video part identity box thing. So in that, I think I pretty much experienced 100% of how good that can feel. And by no way am I, like, that's a good ass feeling, to be on top with your section, your contract, your sponsors, all that, And I think that is like a limited view of how happy I can be. So I think I could still experience that, but I'm open to, like, happiness in a bigger range, if that makes any sense. Does that make sense what I'm saying at all?
Like a deeper feeling?
Yeah,
or
it's
wider?
like a deeper, wider version instead of just like the pinnacle top success, idealized version. It's like I can feel more of myself. It's like a larger capacity for joy and stuff. So I would say I had a limited capacity for joy. I could only have it if it was, like, kind of fitting into this perfect structure, And now I think I can find it in other ways, and I'm open to finding it in other ways. So
Perfectly articulated.
Yeah.
You have a wider capacity for joy.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not just circumstantial based on
Yeah.
these small things.
Yeah, for sure. And it took a lot to kind of get to that point, for sure. And
can you elaborate on the wider capacity of joy, like specifically?
Like
things that make you happy now?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just like, I mean, I'm loving dancing, and I'm loving like the whole journey of it. Like it used to be like with snowboarding, it's like when I get that good, then I can have the fun, or that will be fun. I could pull that same trick with dance if I wanted to, but instead I'm like, no, here's where I'm at with it. I want to get better at it, but actually where I'm at right now is really sick, and let me like enjoy and feel all that instead of like launching myself into the future me that once I get there, then I'll be happy. Because that usually doesn't work. You just get there and then you're already looking to the next future you that you need to be. So is that some articulation that you're looking for?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's cool. So it's like I've caught myself where I've been like started to be hard on myself about like a dance move or something, and then I'm like, I instantly don't feel good, and then I'm almost like, oh, well, once I figure that out, then I'll feel better. I'm like, wait a second, that's your old like strivey snowboard style talking, which I'm stoked on, which I'm glad I had, and I can still totally tool up if I need to, but I have this new range, and it's like I don't want to use that there. It's like if all you've got is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Is that the quote? So It's like that. It's like I don't have to pull like the hammer on the dance floor. I can just be like, yeah, like I maybe didn't do that right, or want to do it better, but I can still like enjoy it and appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no big multi-million-dollar contract coming with the dance floor, so that makes that all easier too.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm totally anonymous out there too, so it's a different context. And I'm choosing to do it different because I'm aware of like how I normally could do stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
That fit?
Yeah. Jones, you got anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much I can add to it. I think it was very well spoken and put in place. I mean, those things are very true. You know, my best example is when kind of in the deciding and at the same time that my wife was pregnant with my son, which was our second kid, and that I couldn't see that. Like I didn't have like those parameters of joy, like it was resonating as love at the time, and like I just was like, dude, I can't do it. Like I can't fit that in. I can't fit any more love into this system because of the way that like my daughter and having our first kid, like what that opened up and introduced was both the greatest thing and extremely overwhelming. And surprising because I didn't know I was even capable of that. And then you're like, oh, all right, well, I just expanded like a balloon and now I'm full of all this love. And, you know, and that translates into all sorts of things just depending on what's happening. You know, it transfers to anxiety and fear and restlessness and comfort and joy and happy. Like it's everything, you know? And so when that boy was on deck, it was like I was fear-based because I was just like, I don't know how to love more than this. But the same exact thing happened, obviously. Like the kid comes and you expand like a balloon again. And I think that was like a huge, when I really was able to kind of understand that, it was a very useful tool. You know, to kind of JP's point, I could move around, and I even had some of that in snowboarding, and I could handle it. I'm like, no, I'm gone for 5 days on this trip, and then I'm home. That's it. Or 7 days, and then I'm home. That's it. And I'd prioritize those things because I had this wider range of things that started making me happy. You know, the focus on snowboarding was 100%, and probably more than that, actually. It was overwhelming, you know, but yeah, I think, you know, that room for other stuff is super important to open up and allow that joy and those things that happen from other angles, because I don't know, like no one else can throw their like goodness towards you in the realm of snowboarding. Like you can't even receive it, you know? And so unless you can open up the gate and let at least fly in, you're not even going to know how someone feels about you, you know?
Good point. Yeah, if you got the walls up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Fucking love this. Love this chat. We've gone deep. I'm debating on whether if I want to go deeper right now, because I do have one other thing to add.
Go deep.
Fuck it. I mean, while we're on it, I see this healing lady. She's a wizard and works for me. I'm going to keep going.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway, she told me, she was just kind of like channeling a bunch of stuff, telling me, just spewing stuff at me. And she was just saying how, you know, I to provide a little bit of context, snowboarding is pretty self-based. It's pretty self-centered. Me, I'm going to do the tricks. It's about me in the video part. It's about me with the contract. It's not, and behind the scenes, it is a team of people filming and, you know, a lot of your friends helping you shovel, and you really can't do it on your own, but like it is generally a self-centered thing.
One person's the lead singer.
Yeah. Yep. And so living this like self-based life, yeah, I think it also plays into your capacity for joy in the sense that there's not a deep sense of connectedness with a team or with a community, and a lot of times family, everyone and everything. And so, you know, my healer lady was basically saying, she's like, you know, narcissism is essentially the feeling of being separate. And if you look at nature, it is a perfect ecosystem of give and take, where let's just say you go into the forest somewhere and you have, you know, animals eating plants, and then they eat the plant and they take a shit and it fertilizes the tree. And there's just kind of this like, there's like a sense of everything being one, everything being connected, everything being dependent on ourselves. But I think the way we've developed in society, we've gotten away from that, and it's become very self-based, whether you're in snowboarding or whether you're doing anything, or, you know, your Instagram account or your whatever the fuck it is, right? So I don't know. That's a little bit of a rant. I don't even really know where I'm going with it, but it was like, it's a good reminder to try to remember that we're all equal and we're all humans trying to share this human experience, and it's beautiful. And like the less we get away from being separate from one another and more leaning towards being kind of together as a unit, maybe that'll create a happier, more balanced life.
Yeah, I resonate with that for sure. I mean, I think that fits under just like our whole snowboard career, is like we had this like unit that was kind of running it all, and that's when things were I guess, best. But it's like if it's like an individual focus, like, I mean, people talk about the Forum 8 and the team, like it's the team, it's the connectedness and all that I think, whether you know it or not, I think because of what you're saying about how everything is kind of connected, we're just drawn to that like naturally, because we're part of all these things, even though we might get, you know, separated because we're on our phones or isolating or whatever it is. It's still kind of part of our just inherent nature to connect that way. You think that fits?
100%. Yeah.
100.
Yeah.
Thanks for resonating that. I know I had to take it really to the
cool.
depths of
That's cool.
Of depths, but it's fun to talk. It's fun for me to talk about. All right, let's get into hot takes here. That's enough banter for me. I think you guys we've done GOAT already. Do you guys want to do GOAT?
I mean, we did it.
You guys already did. Let's just run through the rest of them again. Snowboarding, would you guys consider art or sport?
Spart. It's both, I guess.
It's kind of both. I don't know. What's your definition of sport?
Yeah. What's your definition of sport?
I mean, I think the terms need to be.
This now?
Or sorry, this is a hot take. Or is this,
no, I mean,
is this not
there's no rules. There's no rules to this. We can do whatever we want.
They honestly, they both kind of sound nerdy.
Yeah.
Art and sport.
Yeah, they're both corny.
Neither one's that cool name. But
if your values are more towards like sport, then art's gonna sound corny and vice versa. So it's like whatever fits for you. I think for me, I don't know. I'm defiant. I'd make up my own answer somehow. There's my own answer out there somewhere.
It's undefinable.
Undefinable. Yeah.
Yeah. It's my.
Sometimes you got to give people either or, so they actually have an answer, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
I'll say art.
I'm not saying you guys.
I'll go with art. We'll land on one.
I mean, you guys can always answer no comment. That's a good. That's a good.
I think art.
PR.
I lean more towards art, I guess. Yeah.
More artistic for me, for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Most underrated snowboarder in your opinion?
I like Alec Ostring.
Oh, that's actually a really good answer. Yeah.
I said Otterstrom last time.
I think that's a good one. I kind of want to actually throw a random one in there because I just don't think he ever lived up to the potential that I saw. Is Bozung. Weirdly underrated in a way, just because he might have underrated himself and done it to himself for sure. But I think his talent either wasn't fully exposed out there or underrated.
Yeah. Unrealized, maybe.
Unrealized, yeah. Good word.
Steel or powder?
I mean,
steel.
You can't even ask that right now.
Stupid question.
Yeah.
I mean, that one you can just leave. It's just one. Steel, right?
Just steel. Sorry, I'm sorry, guys.
It's like steel or aluminum. Like, that's a more askable question. You know what I mean?
Good point.
Who's got your favorite style ever?
You're talking snowboarding?
Sure.
I don't know. I'll go Chris Roach right now.
Yeah, I'll run with. I'm gonna run new school and go with Mia Brooks on a slope style course. I think that's some
pretty gangster vibes.
Dude, such good Steve. Kokomo chomping at her heels for Steve on the slope.
You know what's great about hot takes? Like, you could do hot takes once a week and have different answers every single time.
Yeah,
for
you
sure.
know what I'm like?
That might be fun, actually.
You know what I mean? Like, you guys have done this before, but I know if I was to do it, it would change every time. Who's got your favorite method?
I'll stick with Chris Roach right now because that's what I thought of when I thought of style.
I'm gonna stick with Jamie Lynn. I think it's just always a hard one for me to move away from.
Favorite snowboard video?
Hard the Hungry and the
Yeah,
Homeless.
Hard Hungry for me.
Best snowboard graphic ever made or favorite?
I always go to the Slasnik, like not even the base, just the top sheet with the orange color and the little guy holding like his snowboarding thing, but the one with the skate trucks for the top sheet, not the trucks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I always like the color of that top sheet. I think one of the most iconic one for me is the Terrier sword. I think that resonated for whatever reason.
Yeah, I like that one
just
too.
Sat.
Yeah, just clean.
Yeah.
Oh, Tarquin Robbins shotgun.
That's true. That is true.
Dude.
Good come up.
Yeah, shout out Tarquin.
Shout out
Aggression?
Tarquin.
Aggression.
Yeah, that thing is sick. He might have ran that for multiple years, actually.
Yeah.
Okay. Dream sponsor. If you could have one dream sponsor. Anything in the world.
Smith & Wesson.
Smith & Wesson, I like that.
That's a good one. I don't know. I'm going to go...
Unlimited guns.
Let's go Costco on this one. We'll go
Wow.
Costco.
That's actually... that's
a
great.
good one. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, last one we're going to hit is worst trend.
I said filler last time. I mean, I don't know.
Filler's good, dude.
Yeah, it's good.
It's forever a bad trend.
But do you got something right now?
I think I'm kind of just sick of the trend of being fearful about what you want to say. I'm just over it. Like,
word.
We can all be real. We if it's not hate, then it's not hate, it's discussion. So fall back.
Yeah.
That's gangster shit. I like that one. You gonna stick with filler, JP?
Yeah, I'll stick with filler.
That one's
it kind of fits into what
It's
he's
fill,
saying.
it's
Actually,
filler, totally, 100%.
filler will always be a bad trend.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it for hot takes. Round 2 with you guys. Lastly, we didn't talk about forum. I had so many about new forum. You're just newly on forum.
yeah.
How are we feeling?
Yeah.
Let's talk about it.
I mean, we're just getting it going. Like, I mean, if you've been watching, you know, it's been quiet, it's been low key, and that was the intent. We sort of brought that to the table a couple years ago, said we'd move slow, and you know, there's always hopes that it maybe move a little faster, but it is what it is. And more than anything, I'm just hyped to, like, it's fun to get on the chair with JP and we're both running a forum again. You know, that's so sick. Like, that's where it's at right now, and that's really what our level of, I mean, JP can speak for himself, of course, but you know, where we're at as pro snowboarders, it's not about what it was. You know, like, we just want to have a good time. We want to go out and do what we do when we can do it, and make the most of it, and make it an opportunity that we go and do. So it's cool to have, you know, the F under our feet, both of us, and share that again. I think it's a nice, you know, closing of a circuit in a way. It doesn't have to end there, and that's not like the end all or anything like that. It's just a nice little, like, closing element and wrapping up element of, I don't know, multiple eras and time frames, and then now we just get to kind of move through it with just a different look and run cool boards and watch young kids, like, turn it into what it's going to be. So
yeah. I was just thinking how, like, rare just, or maybe lucky to be asked to ride for forum a second time. Like, it was crazy the first time, and then, you know, Mac Dog when I was sniffing it out, and of course Jeremy, like, I'm getting asked again by Mac Dog to do this thing. And that's cool, and it's rad to be back on forum with Jeremy. Like, we actually weren't on it together, like, even though our whole careers have been together, like, actually on the same board brand, we weren't really with each other for most of our time, you know. So I have, and just to be clear, is like something different than I normally would do, and to not just use this as like fuel to, like, film another video part or something like that, and instead just do it more from this kind of, I guess, wider joy place that we were talking about, and just appreciating the opportunity and doing it kind of different is rad, because I don't know if I was coming at it with my old energy, if I'd survive another video part with just, like, us being together again and, like, the F under our feet. It's like I could do so much with that kind of energy and fuel to, like, propel me into, like, trying to film some shit, and that could be rad, and I just don't know if I want that anymore. And so letting you guys know that that's what's up for me was important, and you guys heard me, and I'm stoked on that, and in that I feel comfortable, and I feel like I'm in a comfortable place with it. So it's different. Yeah
it's interesting revisiting something like that we both started at, that had such a different energy. And all those stories that we've talked about over the past couple hours, it is so far from that, and it should be, because, you know, to JP's point, like, receiving that conversation was a lot of things, and without, you know, sharing too much, but also offering up a little bit of vulnerability of our situation, like, in our discussions between me and JP ourselves, like, we have to come to a point of what we're willing to be a part of together for literally the one reason of like how much we can handle, you know, in watching the other person go down, you know, and when they do go down, because you always do in every like thing that you spin off of your life and kind of chase down, you eventually go down somehow, you know, and doesn't mean you don't get back up. Like that's the intent, to always get back up. But those moments of low and down and slams and trauma and those experiences that are intense they're a lot of work, you know, in the back end, and we've talked about that, to process. And so we weigh all of those against each other to some extent and have to like look at each other and be real. Like, can I sit in this scenario and watch JP backlip a 25 stair with only concrete under him and a tank top, you know? And you know, yeah, I have to be real with that because I know he's capable of it. Like his backlips now are as good as they've ever been. So of course he could do it down a 25 stair rail. Like it's on lock, like it always was. And you could probably do it down that rail easier now to some extent. But one of those experiences comes into his head in the runway and it changes what that move looks like. And I mean, I don't know. It's both. It just needs to be weighed. You look at it different. You look at those experiences and those join ups, like, because when we get together, we want to like see what we can do together. You know, like what can this energy turn into? It's always been like that, and it won't ever change. That's why these discussions with one another are important in our relationship, because we have to kind of find that space. Like I'm not willing to see this anymore. So I can never be a part of like that anymore, you know? And it's not negative. It's just real. And it's actually sick. Like to me, it's actually like, I mean, it's the best. I mean, we started this early. Like we had some heart to hearts as good friends, like, you know, early on when marriage and girlfriends and other responsibilities started pulling at the group and the homies, you know, like we started having those discussions then, you know, just little bits and as uncomfortable as they were. So I don't know. I think we navigated it pretty well, and now we've learned stuff that we can have such different conversations and really benefit each other, understand each other. So value there is huge. I mean, I didn't really have an ending point, but just
I think for me it's like, you know, I told you, Jeremy, like I think I could get it, like, because of our energy and how we kind of thrive off each other. Like I could really see a situation where suddenly we're on top of something, or one of us are you're gonna do something, and I get uncomfortable with that, and I just don't have that same capacity, nervous system wise, to sit in that kind of discomfort, because I'm just kind of shaken from everything, you know. Mm-hmm. And the idea is like, that doesn't mean I want you to stop doing it or you to be different or change. It's just that I might have to like avert my eyes and body, because I can't hold that energy if I'm feeling a certain type of way, you know. And that hasn't come up yet, but it was important for me to say, you know, this is where I'm at with all this. So next thing you know, we're not on top of something, and I'm dipping because I can't hang, and I haven't even told you guys, or told you. So that was a way that I kind of was able to take care of myself in the negotiation about, you know, coming on and not reconnecting with you. We've always been connected, but there's just there could be something different with Forum and stuff, and us back in that same thing. So I think I was worried about that.
It's almost like matching energy of both of our, you know, projected plans. You know, like here's where I'm kind of going, here's where I'm kind of going. Can we align so that we both don't just decide to come in and just be like, all right, dude,
Let's make the resistance again.
resistance all over
Resistance too.
Yeah.
because it could happen so easily.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know,
100%.
Yeah.
as controlled as we feel like we might have over certain things, it's like that thing just sideswipes you and you're in.
I think also too a big thing for, thanks for sharing that, by the way. Amazing. And I think, from a fan standpoint or just a fan of you guys' standpoint, I think I can speak for a lot of people. And I'm sure you've gotten this from a lot of people, but it's just like seeing you guys on a forum, it just makes us happy. It's just like, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's this nostalgia heartstrings or whatever, it represents, it's just cool. Like, so it's like that. We don't need to see you do a shirtless back nine. You just do a backflip at the spot, do a board slide at the spot, and you guys get the F under your board, and it just fucking makes us happy. It's a simple pleasure,
Word.
I think we're feeling that.
Yeah,
right?
we're feeling that. I think
We're
I hear that.
appreciative, I'm thankful.
Yeah,
for it.
I totally hear that, and I think that the hard part for me is for me to like be okay with that, and me not to go, yeah, but look at all these unrealized ideas I got in my head for the streets, and I'm gonna hit you with now that I got this board. It's like, no, I'm good. I'm good with this too, and I think that's happening. Kind of how I shared that experience of that switch nose coming from a different place. Like it's a doable thing where before that wasn't even an option. You know. So
with the Mickey last year that you did too.
Oh, up at on Sunshine. Yeah,
that was probably really easy for you, right?
I was surprised how easy it was because I hadn't really rode like that for a minute, and I like hit that. I mean, I'm really familiar with that hip, but I did a method on it, and the method felt really good. Like, and so I was like, I for sure could do that, and then it worked really good. So, and that was just, it's funny because stuff like that, it's like, oh, I still can do that. I do know how to do that. It's rare, but it feels different somehow. Where before it was like, oh well, that's cool, but I'm not gonna use that anything, and I got to do something better. And I would have never been able to have any joy in that. Not any, but not much. Where now it's like, whoa, like I'm kind of sick. I haven't even gone upside down for like 4 years, and I did that first try. Like, and actually like letting myself have that is cool.
For sure.
Love
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Amazing. It's like uncharted territories being life evolving as a pro snowboarder, like as a first generations, it's not like other sports where people have done it for years and years and years, and it's fun to talk about. Cool. Well, guys, I think we've done a hell of a podcast. Do you guys want to talk about what boards you're riding particularly? We do setups. I don't think you have yours behind. You got an old one.
I don't, but I'll talk about it. I mean, my setup's a twin right now. My favorite setups. I'm riding a 55 twin. It's actually kind of soft. I've been liking the small boards. Boards float really good these days with like the softer blends. Out of the camber, it's regular cambered, and I mean it's the board JP has behind him, the pink one, but different, just a little bigger. And then I'm actually on Solomon bindings right now, those cable ones, Shadow Fit.
Yeah, those are really good.
Those things are money. Solomon, if you want to kick kid fresh bindings, send them over. I hooked them up from Zach. He like floated them, and those things are so comfy. So I've been pretty happy with those. And then I'm just running the L1 on the outerwear, and they've been taking care of me for like 8 years now. They're just a good family. They got a good young team, and their kits, Cooley's been doing their kits, and they look awesome right now. So I'm in a good place, I think.
Sick.
With my kit.
Word, yeah. I'm on the 147 twin version, which is like a new size for Forum. So that's like my jib street size, and I've been riding that quite a bit, and I like it. I've been riding the twin directional that Forum has. It's a 154, and that's kind of what my original pro model was like a directional board, but I haven't rode twin directionals or directionals at all for like 20 years. So it's kind of cool, like sniffing that out again. I think I'll probably end up dipping back into like the 55, the one you're riding, for like the rest of anything but rails, basically. So I think I'm kind of, at least right now, just a twin twin tip guys, centered up stance for the most part. But I got the binding still. You guys know about those. And then I'm rocking 32 boots, like the JP lights. They're pretty soft. I like that. And 32 for outerwear.
Nice. And the light's like more of a price point boot too, right?
Yeah, it's a cheaper boot. It doesn't have a ton of features. It's like something that I think, you put it on and right away, it's like, this is comfortable. I could go ride this right now. It doesn't take long to break in or anything. And that's I'm kind of, at least boot-wise, I'm more about like comfort than I am performance. So that's kind of the priority there, is just make it comfortable and light and something you can have on all day. So that's my vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Killer. All right, boys. Well, I think we did it. One other thing. Again, we have the signed prints in our on our store at bombhole.com.
Swoop them up.
Which shout out to Rob Mathis, who also has a book called Slide, which I don't know if it's still available for sale, but
he's probably got a few in there.
I have a couple.
It's insane if you guys don't have that photo book. Also, yeah, what do you guys think? Should we wrap it up?
Yeah, I'm good to wrap it up. I just want to share an appreciation for you to bring us in here and host this and everything you guys and your team have created. I like to be able to share, and this is a cool space for it, for me. And then thanks, Jeremy, for just everything and being on this journey with me.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll just echo it again. Like, Chris, thanks. What you've built here is, I think now, a cornerstone of in some sense, to the snowboarding culture. Like, I don't know what it'd be without the bomb hole any longer. So that's really rad in such a short amount of time to kind of land in that spot and have that kind of influence. So huge respect to you and your crew, and thank you for having us on together and our individuals, and then, the opportunity to co-host as well. So appreciate all of that and all the love that the community gives us. And yeah, JP, what can I say? Like the same thing. Like, I couldn't have done anything that I've done without you. So I appreciate you in my life, and that moment at Smith's, I've cherished since and will forever. So it's burned in my mind. I know the images, I know the frames, like every bit of it. It's clear as day, even still, and so the impact's huge. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
You guys are so fucking gangster. Thanks for coming on this show and sharing. What a great conversation. You guys are legends. You guys are inspirations to many, and myself included. And it's been just an honor to chat with you guys. So thank you so much. Thank you to everybody that tunes in. Thank you to all our Patreon members. Thank you to all our sponsors. Thank you guys so much. And that being said, we got another podcast coming at you next Wednesday. Over and out from the bomb hole. Hope you guys have a great week.